Okay, we are live. Sorry, what I meant to say is we are live. There we go. I'm going to wait for some folks to join. When some folks join, we can get this party started officially. Until then, guess what? I'm about to trick you guys into watching me play. Don't worry, it's not going to be too long. Okay, yeah, stream health is looking good. Hopefully audio will be good. Yeah! Guess what? I'm tricking you guys into watching me play until most of the usuals are in here. How you guys doing? I promise this isn't a trick. We're just killing some time because I don't want anybody to miss out on us checking out the new Sonic? Those are the reactions I was hoping to get. How you guys doing? Hopefully everything's going pretty well. Yeah, this is the new Sonic update. Halo, what's that? Halo? Oh, you mean like gold rings, right? Like the circles that Sonic collects. Never heard them called halos before, but... Okay, we're not going to play the full level, okay? I see that we're already getting a little audience going in here. But, yeah. Making some good progress in, Project 06. Oops. Totally scuffed that. Dear God in Heaven, why not Sonic Adventure? Don't worry, this is Project 06. You don't have to worry about anything. This is Halo, what have they done? Yeah, I know, right? They made Master Chief blue. And a cartoon. Okay, let's check out the new update. That probably gave somebody a surprise. Project 06 is really good. You know, like memes aside. There's a decent game buried in Sonic 06. You just have to fish for it, I guess. What's Project 06? Project 06 is it's a community project done by this guy named Chaos X, I think it is. And basically, he is porting over Sonic 06 to the PC in the Unity engine and making tweaks and modifications to the game to kind of like bring out what the developers originally envisioned for the game if they had more time to work on it. And it's, yeah, like, you know, there's some good, some really, really, really fun stuff buried in Sonic 06. You just have to sort of, you have to find it, you know? Yeah, but now we're going to check out... I just finished Red Dead Redemption 1 for the first time. That's a pretty good game, right? Are you going to hop into Undead Nightmare? Hail and G, 8v8 Assault is pretty fun. Avenger and Bandit start... Oh, dude, yes! Holy crow! Crow. I don't know. I think I combined crap, and cow together. Cap is also a combination of crap and cow, but either way, Avengers starts for squad battle. That sounds amazing. Because the assault rifle is not like social friendly. Like it's, if you're gonna have assault rifle spawns, it's not gonna be a fun chill time. So the fact that they gave it Avengers starts is actually pretty exciting. Is some of this Operation Forerunner theme? Some of the weapon skins look as if maybe the vast majority of the cosmetics that are part of the live service. They are they were made as far back as 2019 to 2021, like within that 2 to 3 year window. So I wouldn't be surprised if they had all sorts of ideas, like if, you know, the plan went, well, according to plan. Probably had like Forerunner themed event stuff, Ancient Human themed event stuff. Let's check out the shop real quick. Oh boy, that's a steep price. Okay, so is that hey, that's not cool, man. Oh, that's very not cool. Oh, that's, I don't like that. Damn it. That's like, this is the first time where I thought to myself, $30 isn't that bad. They know what they're doing. I gotta be strong. I really, really, really gotta be strong. Nice, this thing's on sale for $1.50. That's a good price for that. Helmet for $5. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Good stuff. Good price. $8. Wow, $8 for all this? These are decent shop prices. I'm pleasantly surprised. This, no, because this is, you know, an armor as well. So, I want a parody, you know? $4 for shoulder pads are a bit. No. Like, I get what they're doing here, and this is, like, a cool idea. It's supposed to look like a jackal sniper. But just, it's a little bit too much, you know? It's just above that $15. Now, this is $15, so... is this Forerunner? I think it might be. I mean, I need to look at... I don't know, it doesn't look very Forerunner. I can't quite figure out what it is that they're going with here. I was about to say that it looks Forerunner, but, like, the silhouettes are off. You know, the line work is off. So who knows what that's supposed to be? I can't quite figure out what, like, Halo creature it's supposed to be. Oh, okay. Well, the ODST pistol is its own separate thing right here. So that's good. I'm okay with that. And it's $22. Well, considering that, like, I'm a big ODST fan, I'm like trying to convince myself why I should have this. There's that Halo CE Marine stuff. See, $18 for this. I don't think, you know, that's too much. It's just a set of armor. It should be $8. What I would add to this bundle to give it a little bit more value, since it's Combat Evolved Marine themed, I would throw in the Halo 1 assault rifle into this, as well as, like, a coating to make the Halo 1 assault rifle look like, you know, it did back in Halo 1. Like, really, really gas it up. You know, if it's gonna be $18, make it $18. That's what I'm trying to say. Shop's not terrible. The shop's actually pretty decent. The Marine here, the Jackal Sniper here, and then this guy. I think these are the three ones that are overpriced, but it's not, like, the most egregious thing in the world. It's just inconsistent, I guess, with the pricing. You know? Hey, Hidden Xperia's in here. $30. Yeah, the $30, That's asking a bit much, because it's what, 2 armors? And a gun thing? What is this supposed to be? What is this? What's happened? Do you guys know what's happening? The guy is, like, disappearing in sparks? And then... I don't know what that is, because it's, like, obscured by the Spartan. Is that supposed to be, like, a little toy of a Marine falling and then vanishing very fast? Like, death effects are so... They have to be so fast, you know, because it's, like, an animation that just plays when somebody dies. But it's so fast that there isn't a lot of room for, like, artistry, I guess you could say. So stuff like this is so, like, abstract and complex, and, like, there's all these layers to it where it's like... And you also have to do it in less than a second. To where any attempt at having some kind of theme behind this animation is just lost because it's comically fast. So that's a no from me, dog. I don't know. I don't see a lot of people running death animations to begin with. As well as, like, the general, like, armor effects and stuff, because I think, you know, sentiment is that gives you away, which is not ideal. 343 out of ideas, period. Well, no. These are old. Very, very old. These were worked on back when Halo Infinite was in development. It's just we're seeing them now, you know? That's cute. Valentine's Day stuff, right? That's cute, too. Cute. 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 That's a shape, I guess. It seems fine in here. Like, I'm not sure... Well, it's probably for the best, to be honest, that all of this stuff is, like, thrown into the exchange, because I don't think that I would actually want to, like, own any of these, like, via money. It's just the problem of selling colors, you know? Yeah, I'll grab this. Why not? That I'm okay not having. To be honest, I don't like any of the weapon charms at all. In fact, in most shooters that I play, I hate weapon charms because they never look very good. Because, like, you're sprinting around, swinging this thing around, and, like, the weapon charm is just, you know, physics. It just looks like a Gary's mod thing that's, like, bugging out, you know, on the side of your gun. Like, it never just hangs and looks nice like this. Like, if I were to design a first-person shooter, and I had control over, like, how the cosmetics would be, any weapon charms, I'd have them not be tied to a physics engine of any kind. They would be hand animated so that they would look as good as possible no matter the animation that's currently playing. Because I think just leaving it to the physics engine is a recipe for disaster. It never, ever looks good. Okay, let's try out Assault. Oh, we could try out Squad Battle Assault. Or just regular Assault. Here, we're gonna see what the new map is. Xbox X PlayStation? Not Valentine's Day? How is it being a creator in the Halo space when the community is so consistently unreasonably negative? I don't get how anyone can do it, to be honest. It's tough, man. Like, my video talking about why it was not as simple to add the Halo 5 fuel rod gun to Halo Infinite, all I explained was why it couldn't be done. Not that why it couldn't be done under the current circumstances, and why it is factually wrong to say all you need is one person or two people to do it. Because a AAA game, like content being added to a patch that has been then pushed out to the live build of a AAA game, it is not as simple as loading up, you know, the Halo mod tools on MCC, making your own mod and putting it on the Steam Workshop. There are, in a AAA game environment, there is a pipeline that you need to go through. If you are a weapon modeler, you're not going to be making the sounds for it. You're not going to be working on the UI and the UX. You're not going to be working on localizing the name of the weapon into like 100 different languages, you know, et cetera, et cetera. You're not going to be playtesting it. You're not going to be pushing it through certification. You're like, there are so many factors as to why you can't just go off on your own and make this thing on its own. And me just saying that made a lot of people really mad. Like, you're excusing slop. Like, not excusing slop, I'm explaining slop. Yeah, it's the bureaucracy that makes modern game development obnoxiously slow. And I really wish that like studios would slow down a little bit and maybe like shrink. Because I think you could probably get more done. Maybe not, like, at a super expensive level of production value, but I also do sort of feel like visuals and, like, production value have peaked to an extent to where I'm not noticing as much if the budget of a game is bigger or if more people were working on it. Like the quality difference between a game like Battlefield 2042 and Battlefield 1, I don't really see a quality difference, you know? I'm talking about the production value. Not, like, bugs, polish, like, all of that is a completely different story. Talking purely about just the production value of it. So I'm like, hey, maybe we can just, maybe, you know, technology from 2016, maybe that was okay. You know, if there's less cooks in the kitchen making our games, maybe we can get more stuff done. Yeah, the assault rifle's definitely more accurate again. But that lack of headshot multiplier, did you notice that? If this was the previous version of Halo Infinite, I would have killed that guy, because one of the random bullets would have just hit his head and given me a headshot. So the lack of headshot multiplier, it caused me to die with the kill, which is nice. The assault rifle's not like the... Okay, it's still overtuned, you know, but it is not nearly the deciding factor that it used to be. It's just now kind of the deciding factor. Microsoftian dystopia. It's not a dystopia. Don't say it's a dystopia. That's very silly. It's not a dystopia that like our video games take longer to add content to. That's in fact possibly the dystopian thing, that we are complaining that we're living in a dystopia because our games aren't updated fast enough. Like, there's something wrong with that more than how long it takes to make video games. But man, I will tell you what, I'm not sure what could be done to fix the situation of gamers getting more and more impatient and content taking longer and longer to make. Because it's like a thing that kind of like everybody trained themselves to operate within. Like, us as gamers, like, we've kind of like, our brains have like been melted on live service stuff for so long that we get more and more impatient hopping into a game. And publishers, they've just like, publishers, developers, like, they've kind of just, they never thought that there was just another way that you could make games, which is make games cheaper. Like, on a cheaper budget, I mean. And so it's just everybody stuck in this mess. Dude, the strafe speed nerfs feel really good. This feels a bit more like a match of MCC. Oh boy. Okay. I heard the rocket launcher coming. I didn't know if I was dead or not. Stop evolving graphics. They're good right now. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah. They basically, they're fine now. The graphics look good, man. It's kind of like actually a pity that it's almost like still frames of games have gotten better looking, but the actual like physicality of games, like the interaction with the world, has actually gotten like worse over time. Presentations have gotten a lot worse. Also, I've noticed. Like I was playing Battlefield 4 the other day, the campaign for Battlefield 4, which it's not a good campaign. Okay, I'm just trying to get the I'm trying to get the MG LMG for the support class in that game, and I have to beat the campaign in order to do that. But I was kind of like shocked at how much better the Battlefield 4 campaign looks presentation wise than like anything that I can think of that's come out recently. Like, it obviously graphically doesn't look better than, like, the new Call of Duties, but that Shanghai level, with the rain everywhere, and you're kind of, like, sitting in the truck, and then you get out, and the way that, like, the lens flares are kind of, like, racing across your screen, and it makes it look like a real genuine film camera. As well as, like, the view bob, just how heavy it is, and how it lurches with each footfall. Like, you can feel the weight of your dude, and just all the other things like film grain, motion blur. Like it was like insanely good production value. And you look at like the new Call of Duty games, and it's like there is no contrast at all. Like it's just kind of this gray, washed out thing. Black levels are closer to like a, I don't know, just color correction, post-processing effects, all of that has taken such a backseat. Games look so just desaturated now. Graphics plateaued with Battlefront. In a way, they kind of did. Like EA's Battlefront from 2015, right? Because like there were definitely like some improvements made in the sequel to Battlefront. But those improvements came at like visual fidelity costs. Like their textures for characters aren't quite as high quality in Battlefront 2 as they are Battlefront 1. Same with like you'll really notice it with like the troopers, like the little bags and ruffles and coats and stuff that everybody wears. They're less complex looking in the sequel. They're a little bit more stiff, a little bit more cardboardy looking. Granted, the Emperor's Cloak, I don't know if there's any saving that. That just looked bad in both games. Games try to look real rather than cinematic now. Sort of. Games are also focused a lot on gameplay, which, okay, that is going to sound like the dumbest thing that anybody's ever said in my life. Or your life. But what I mean by that, I guess, is like it's come at the cost of like how a game looks in motion. I think of like the old like Battlefield 3 trailers, you know, where it's like boop 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 boop, you know, the crazy like dubstep going and like the lens flare streaking across the screen and that like cinematic blue filter from the mid to late 2000s. Like it looked like a film in motion, you know? And just the way that, like, the camera was shaking and stuff when things would explode, the way that your soldier sprinted, you were, like, locked in, you know, that field of view was very specifically tailored for the hallways that you were running down. It made everything look big and in your face, and it's like that focus on, like, okay, the game plays well, but does it look cool in motion as you're moving about the game world and things are happening? And it's like now it really is just about making sure the game looks good but not cool. I don't know if that makes any sense. That probably sounded like incoherent rambling. Like, I can go back and I can play Battlefield 4 and the low field of view on Xbox, the screen shake, the motion blur, film grain, lens flare, none of that bothers me. Like, the game is playable and looks cool. And when I can't, you know, have perfect visual clarity 24/7 in the game, it's because the game is looking cool in the immediate moment. You know, the sun is coming over the horizon and there's this crazy looking cinematic lens flare and everything just looks so like, wow, this looks like a movie that's in motion. Why'd games stop this stuff? Halo Infinite is just so plastic. Halo Infinite is probably the best of 343's games in terms of, like, materials looking a lot better. But there definitely is still this, like, plasticky, it's hard to explain. I think a lot of it is that, the Halo engine, it graphically is not the most impressive thing. Usually what it's, like, pretty damn good at is, like, physics stuff, moment-to-moment gameplay, AI, you know, running around doing their thing. Like, the simulation aspects of a battle. And Bungie's artists were the ones who did all of the heavy lifting. And the problem, I guess, with the handoff to 343 Industries is that, like, the engine is clearly not up to the same visual fidelity of, like, a Frostbite game, but they're treating it like that. Like, they're making these high-quality assets and then just dumping it into the Slipspace engine and letting it handle the shadowing, the lighting, the reflections and stuff. And it's not quite... It's still not quite at the place where it looks, you know, really, really good. Like, metal really looks like super metal. Because you throw, like, any of these Halo assets into something like the Frostbite engine, and they'd probably look unbelievable. It's just 343 Industries, they never quite figured out how to work within the Slipspace engine's graphical limitations. You know what it's like? I've got a perfect analogy, actually. Okay, so my first video editing software that I used on my MacBook, because MacBook, there was, like, something weird that I did with the screen or whatever, as well as a bug that was related to the screen size. Either way, when I first started doing YouTube videos, in order for my video to not look gray and washed out, as well as cropped due to no fault of my own, I would have to, after I was done making the video, actually blow up the video size by, like, 25%, and then I would have to go into the gamma and I would have to raise the brightness volume. Or no, sorry, not raise, lower the brightness volume by 20%. And I had to do that. Otherwise, the video would just look, like, gray, washed out, and cropped. And it's sort of like that with the game engine, where it's like, you create this impressive model, and in order to make sure that it looks good running in Slipspace, you have to do a little bit more to compensate for Slipspace's deficiencies. And Bungie was really good at doing that little bit more. Whereas 343 Industries, they just dropped their high-quality assets in. I hope that made sense. Frostbite honestly sucks. No. I wouldn't say that at all. I think Frostbite is a freaking awesome game engine. It's just like the Slip Space engine, where it's like the game engines are fine. They have powered some of the best games that we've ever played. What makes games made in it buggy are like, you know, it's up to the engineers and the developers. The upkeep on those game engines need to be good, and if they're not good, then it makes developing games in them pretty hard. It's like the engine didn't fail the developers. Unfortunately, the developers failed the engine. And same goes for Slip Space. You know? Like, this game is running on the same engine that powered Halo 3, ODST, Halo Reach. There's nothing wrong with the engine. It's just, you gotta treat it right over time, you know? As the years go on, you gotta update it, make sure it's still easy to use, that it's not convoluted. Make sure the tech is evolved correctly. Make sure the developers know how to use the tech and make content that looks good in the tech. And if they can't keep up with it, then tech debt starts to build up, and then the engine becomes a bloated mess. And it's not the engine's fault. It's just, you know, upkeep should have been better. It's like if my apartment gets messy, it's not the apartment's fault. It's my fault for not cleaning up. Is it true that Halo Infinite had a budget of $500 million? I've heard that. I've also heard that it was a $1 billion game, but I don't believe that. I'm not even entirely sure. Like, 500 million is probably... It's probably correct to an extent. Frostbite sucks in games like Mass Effect. Yeah, and that's more an issue of leadership, where it's like, why would you choose that engine to make a Mass Effect game with? That makes no sense. Again, not the engine's fault. Oh, we're getting multi-kill medals. That's what we're up to. Okay. Hey, Mr. Nowhere. Legends remember when this was a Sonic stream. Ah, you saw that? How you doing, dude? Thank you so much for the $50, man. I appreciate it. I always appreciate it. YouTube payout is low this month. It's the start of the year. Things are slow. I appreciate it. Honestly, one of the best engines ever was Rocksteady's custom Unreal Engine 3 for Arkham Knight. Yeah, that looked pretty good, Arkham Knight. Like, it's insane that that was the Unreal Engine 3. Not even 4, 3. This map looks pretty good. I mean, considering, you know, that I'm running the game at a couple of low settings, this is pretty good looking. I wonder what it looks like at higher settings. Oh my gosh, I botched that. I botched that so hard, man. Do you think we'll ever see Prometheans again? I'd never say never. But as, like, an important aspect of the Halo franchise, I don't think so. I see everything. Mr. Nowhere, have you played Project 06? Slash, do you even watch Sonic videos in your free time? I've been playing a lot of Sonic Forces Speed Battle. I got myself Movie Super Shadow, but unfortunately I was too slow to get Movie Super Sonic, which bums me out. Did you use the fuel rod spanker yet? I have not. I have not gotten a chance to see it. I assume it's in Big Team Battle. But in order to use the to get the thumbnail for this, I did quickly hop into training, and it does not bounce. It does not bounce, which is disappointing. But they're like, I'm trying to think of what you would need to make it bounce, because the stuff is in the code to allow it to bounce, but it's a little bit more complicated than that. Like, I'm thinking of, like, the visual presentation of, the fuel rod gun. So you fire it, and it's like a tiny little canister, and that is what bounces. Then it kind of, like, blooms and turns into, like, a giant radioactive thing, and then it slows down, right? And from then on, it will not bounce, and if it impacts something, then it detonates. So there's, like, a couple of different, like, animations that have to go into the process of the fuel rod gun bouncing. You can't just take that projectile and make it bounce for, like, 2 seconds, because nothing's communicated visually to the player, like what the safe distance is for bouncing and whatnot. So I wonder if that is part of why it doesn't bounce. Or I could be totally talking out of my ass. Because I know that, so for Halo Infinite live service right now, they are not operating with a animator. So anything that requires new animations is just, they can't do it. Because they don't have an animator. And it's not about Microsoft sparing an animator, it's about them not being given an animator, because that is a resource that can be better put to use on other Halo projects. Not a big Sonic guy myself. He's pretty cool though. Really? You're not a big Sonic guy? After your Sonic your Sonic character? Flash Freeze Chinos? Or is that just kind of like every little boy at some point in their life has made a Sonic OC? Do you think the next Halo will have a weapon sandbox like Infinite, where every gun fits into a specific role, or Halo 5, where multiple weapons share a role? I'd assume it's probably going to be closer to like a hybrid. Like, they are going to hear people's opinions about... So, like, okay. This is a thing that I'm weighing on if I want to make a video about, because I'm not sure if I would get in trouble for it. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to say it, because I don't think I'm going to get in trouble for it. It's not spilling dirty secrets. In fact, it could maybe help people understand where 343 was coming from with developing Halo Infinite. The reason behind why certain weapons were cut in Halo Infinite, why you don't see stuff like the plasma rifle, why you don't see stuff like the classic shell-loading shotgun and all of that, it's not because they were thinking about, you know, well, does this weapon have a role or not? Like, obviously, you know, that was a factor. But a lot of it was actually about management thinking of ways to kind of reinvigorate the Halo franchise. Like, have a sandbox that people have never experienced before in a Halo game. Like, make it a learning experience for both veteran players and new players, because with Halo Infinite, they were really hoping it would be their big first ever multi-platform Halo release. So there were going to be a lot of people new to Halo trying it for the first time, and they didn't want it to just be like a sweat fest, because all the veterans understand how these weapons work. So a lot of it was really just like kind of like changing up the formula more than it was like, well, is there really a role for a pump action shotgun? Because of course there is. They wanted to do something a little bit different to throw a curveball at legacy players. It's also part of the reason behind the tweaks made to like strafing and the way aim assist worked. Like it was just, you know, as well as the HUD. You know, the new HUD that this game has. Just trying to create a new Halo experience where everybody is kind of on the same page as far as learning the mechanics. Then it turned out Infinite was a sweat fest anyway. Well, that's a completely different issue. And that's one, well, not unfortunately. I think 343 is learning it, / Halo Studios. Removing the headshot multiplier on the assault rifle definitely makes me think they know. And they're trying to figure out what to do about it. Which is the reason Halo 5 and Halo Infinite felt like sweat fests. It's not because of skill-based matchmaking. Well, partly it is, but part of it is also because of the fact that these games are a lot easier to get kills in. Like, run around Halo 3 with the assault rifle and try to get kills in the same way as Halo Infinite. Like, just try. You won't, right? It's a lot harder. The gameplay requires a little bit more skill, a little bit more thought. You can't just, like, rush in Call of Duty style and pew, 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 you know, get your double kills. And because all the weapons are mechanically a lot easier to use, and they all can be used at a much longer range than normal, everybody is getting kills quicker and quicker than older Halo titles. So it's like, for you, the game is easier, sure, but also for everyone else. When everybody is armed with laser beamy, long-range weapons, it starts to feel a little bit like laser tag, where you have no breathing room and you don't know where to hide. And that's where the skill-based matchmaking comes in, because, you know, the game is really easy to play, and people are getting kills and going on killing sprees really, really easily. And so they've got to kind of, like, protect lower-skilled players from the ones that are extremely good. You know, things like clamber, like that wasn't added for competitive players. It was added for, well, casual players, you know? They're looking at the Call of Duty community, the Battlefield community, like all of these different communities, and they're like, yeah, Halo's too hard. Like, making jumps is hard. Like, I like that in Call of Duty you can just clamber up things. So they're like, okay, automate the process of making jumps, add a clamber ability, you know? I want to be able to aim down the sights with my assault rifle. Why can't I use it at long range? Okay, add aiming down the sights to everything. I don't want to use a warthog to get places faster. I want to just sprint there. It's like, okay, add sprint. Like, it's all there to make the game easier and more appealing to casual players. And the side effect of that now is that, well, the game's a lot easier to play now. People are getting kills a lot quicker and moving about the maps a lot faster. And suddenly things start to feel a lot more sweaty. I agree, but also the SBMM is very busted in Infinite as well. Potentially. I feel like I don't notice it quite as much, I guess, as other people. And it's entirely possible that it's like I do not go hard on Halo Infinite on purpose. Like, if I'm getting a bunch of kills and I'm dying a bunch, it's like my brain, rather than getting frustrated, my brain stores that in the folder that says, this means my next game will be easier. You know? So it's like, either I'm getting killed, or I'm prepping for an easy match next time I play. Yeah, see, like all of these back-to-back deaths, I hope next match is a little bit more chill. If sprint is in the next Halo, there has to be a stamina bar. I wouldn't mind a stamina bar if sprint is like to be a mechanic. Because I do like the way Reach handled it, with it being a measurable bar of energy that is consumed in order to sprint. Because it makes sprint feel, you know, people say like, well, it's all about like making a choice, you know, a choice with consequences. I think that makes it even more of a choice. If it is a finite resource that you can engage or choose to save for a different encounter. And I also doubly like the way Reach did it, in that it wasn't like Call of Duty where you sprint for a couple seconds, then stop sprinting and it instantly begins recharging. You have to wait upwards of 7 seconds before the stamina bar refills, regardless of how much you actually used up. Because then it, you know, still treats it like a very valuable resource. Damn it. How do you like the new assault rifle? It's, I appreciate that the headshot multiplier's gone. I kind of miss the accuracy of it before. Because before, it felt like it was in a pretty decent spot. As far as, like, folks want that, like, long-range capabilities for the assault rifle. But the headshot multiplier introduces, like, sometimes you get a headshot, sometimes you don't. Like, it adds a lot of, like, unpredictability, randomness, and kind of, like, a lack of, I don't know what the word would be to describe it. I'm not sure what the word would be. It's going to come to me, though. Not self-respect. That's not the word I'm looking for. What was I getting at? Okay. Either way, the headshot multiplier, it introduced too much randomness. It did not reward skill. It turned a very easy weapon into a are you gonna get the kill slot machine. And I don't think that was fun. I think that made things even worse and more annoying in the combat loop. So taking away the headshot multiplier is great. But the problem is they brought back the accuracy of it. So there's still the inherent issue of it puts a lot of pressure at a range that is further than normal for an automatic weapon to provide a healthy combat loop. So it's still like, you know, right out of spawn, you've got that ba-ba-ba-ba, ba-ba, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba, like constantly being peppered from long range with a weapon that doesn't have a consistent firing pattern. And that's the problem. And I wish that we could have the lack of accuracy with the lack of headshot multiplier. I think I missed a super. Never was a fan of bouncy FRGs anyway. Always threw off my rocket launcher muscle memory of aiming at enemy feet so they can't escape the blast radius. Well, I think that was the goal behind it. Was since you could spam it, the fuel rod gun, making it so that it took a little bit of time for the missile to charge. It ensured that you couldn't just kind of like fire at the enemy's feet, just spam at their feet, and you'll get a guaranteed kill. It turned it almost more into like a rocket volley. You had to use it at a certain range for it to become super effective. LNG be like, this assault rifle is not stinky and poop, therefore I do not like it. Sort of. Like, I definitely don't want the assault rifle to be stinky and poop, but that being said, I also don't think that there ever has been an assault rifle that's stinky and poop. I just think people are bad at using the assault rifle, and then they blame the gun rather than their own skill. Because if you hop into Auto Slayer Halo 3, I don't know, man. If you're not getting kills, that's kind of your fault. like not to be like, oh, like I'm a pro. The assault rifle in Halo 3 is very easy to use. And in the campaign, it's great at stripping the shields off of enemies because of its shield multiplier. The assault rifle should be a 7 out of 10 weapon. Yeah. Yeah. The assault rifle should not be a primary weapon. It should absolutely be a gun with a bunch of downsides. Because it's the weapon that you're gonna spawn with. Like, part of that Halo fun, that Halo magic, is that you're finding, like, the better weapon to use, you know? The reason BR starts is competitive is because, well, it's competitive Halo. It kind of cuts out the social middle ground of, we're all running around trying to find fun weapons to use. And it's like, all right, cut the chatter. Everybody gets the fun weapon to use from spawn. Now play for objectives. And in order for you to have a fun time looking around, finding that better weapon, people have to have a weapon that can't, reach across an entire map and inflict damage on them. And that's what the assault rifle used to be, at least, until Halo 5 and Halo Infinite. It's just Call of Duty's, like, instant gratification of, like, choose the weapon you want, and you can get kills with it. Anything you'd like. That kind of, I think, infected the way a lot of people view sandbox balancing. So they're like, but I'm an assault rifle main. I want to be able to go toe-to-toe with the battle rifle. It's like, that's not the game Halo is. Oh boy. Oh, that I hate. And to be fair, games have had some form of SBMM for a long time. Devs already foresaw the issues of mashing pros and noobs together randomly. Yep. Yeah, SBMM has been a thing for an extremely long time. As far back as Call of Duty 4. No, even further than that. The difference is, there's this great video that I saw that it was called something like the Mechanical Arms Race. And the bottom line of the game was, it was talking about the finals and how the finals is sustaining itself, but it is not like a breakaway success, as a game. And in the finals, it's very complicated what you're able to do. There's a lot of movement tech in that game, which, when combined with the destruction, makes for a very stressful game to play if you're a new player. And he talks about other games as well, like the new Call of Duty games. I don't think anybody... I think it was before Black Ops 6 was revealed, so there was no talk about, like, Omni movement. But basically what he's saying is, like, as games become more about their movement tech... it becomes a lot harder for new players to get into modern games. So skill-based matchmaking is even more than usual a way to kind of protect new players from pro players, because the ability to catch up to the pro players has never been more difficult than it is right now, because of how just complicated video game mechanics have become. And the game industry, the first-person shooter industry at least, is in a mechanical arms race. How many movement options can we add? How crazier can we get the movement tech to be? How much more range can we give our weapons? So skill-based matchmaking, it's like, of course it feels stronger. There's an arms race happening. How much more cracked up can we get the pros? If you want to be technical, Halo 2 had skill-based matchmaking. Yep. Halo 2 had skill-based matchmaking. Halo 1 had no matchmaking. I'm going to really have to dig deep into the patch notes. Because I know the Bulldog now feels completely different, allegedly. Apparently the Bulldog now is a 3-shot kill, which a lot of people aren't happy with, but I guess I'm operating under the logic that, like, you're not going to be using the Bulldog as a primary weapon, right? You're going to be softening them up and then pumping them with the Bulldog, or you're going to be, you know, softening, you're going to be using the Bulldog to soften them up, and then you are going to follow up with a quick melee attack. Based. Where's Mr. Nowhere? What did Mr. Nowhere say that's based? I don't see anything. The finals is so good when you stop crying about it. I don't know, man. The finals just, it feels like... I played maybe 2 matches of the finals and uninstalled it. Because it feels like it's another one, you know? That's the best way I can describe it. It just feels like another first-person shooter that's free to play. Nothing about it really blows me away or feels like something I've never experienced before. Damn it. The finals is soulless. Like, I don't want to say soulless, but it does... there was, like, no aura, you know? I got nothing from it when I loaded it up. Nothing about it felt iconic or franchise-worthy. It's just, like, it felt like an obligatory video game that kind of, like, manifested one day. Like, nobody made it. It just appeared suddenly. Damn it. The sandbox and movement and how everything interacts is just so peak. But, like, the movement is... It's just the same movement as 1,000 other games right now. It's like... Hey, there's a slide you can spam, and you can slide cancel, and if you slide down a hill, you go faster. Like, it's like, I've played that game already, you know? No, but, like, you don't understand. The gameplay's really good. The weapons feel like Modern Warfare. It's like, that's cool. I've played Modern Warfare, though. And, like, like, the destruction isn't enough to interest me because the game is so generic feeling. And as far as destruction is concerned, like, okay, like, I can also play Battlefield to get destruction. And Battlefield has more unique feeling gameplay. At least the older titles do. That's understandable. It ensures newer players near the skill floor can still have fun without getting wiped by those who have cleared the skill ceiling. Yeah. The peak movement in question. Slide and clamber for the 500th time. Yeah. Yeah, it's just... man, I want something different. I want something different. Oops. Yikes, I did not mean to EMP his... Did you see the new Battlefield trailer? I did. It's cool that Portal's coming back. And the little snippets that we saw of it looked great. Even though it was like 10 seconds, the vibes were on point. I am just so worried about what it's going to look like a couple months after launch, if you know what I mean. Like, okay, it's going to release around Christmas. And when Christmas does hit, what's going to be the first skin? Am I going to see like a gritty Iraq M4A1 with like a Santa Claus Christmas bow on it? Am I going to see a tank with like Christmas lights? Like, and then what happens when it's Easter? Am I going to see the Easter bunny costume? Like, is it going to look like those 10 seconds for long? I guess is what like makes me hesitant to get hyped. Smurf accounts and match throwing notwithstanding. Well, apparently, at least like skill-based matchmaking systems like Call of Duty's are getting to the point where they can identify if you are using a Smurf account, which is wild to me. But didn't Marcus Lato leave Battlefield? How did EA fumble that? Yeah, the situation involving Marcus Lato is, I'd imagine that it probably was not a good situation. Whether it was Marcus Lato not really understanding the franchise, EA not understanding what Marcus Lato was trying to do, miscommunication between the two different teams, or even just like consolidation and cutting teams, you know, to make the game cheaper. It just seemed like it was a bad experience for everybody. What's a Smurf account? A Smurf account is when you make a new account for an online game with aggressive skill-based matchmaking and deliberately throw matches so that you're put at like the bottom of the skill ladder, so that when it's time for you to like record really awesome gameplay or just feel good about yourself, you can just suddenly, you know, kick off the training wheels and start mopping the floor with all of your team, or mopping the floor with all the enemies, you know, because you're in such a low skill bracket. If I don't buy the Operation Frontlines pass, is it possible to get it after the operation ends? I'm confused on the change. If anybody wants to answer that, because I don't quite understand either. I want more games like Rainbow Six Siege, to be honest. It's such a fun game to watch and play when Ubisoft isn't messing up. I haven't played Siege in years. How is it now? I think I stopped playing right before they added the guy with the two little red glasses, because I remember seeing the ads for him, and that's when I stopped playing. Nice. Avengers starts. Yeah, look at this. The only way that we're able to engage people with the automatic weapon is by getting really close, because it's the Avenger. And that means all the ranged gunfights involve weapons that have slow and predictable firing patterns. Oh boy. Oof, oof, oof. Damn it. Okay. Watch the Siege balancing video series. After the pass ends, free stuff from tiers 1 and 2 go into the... Gotcha. Okay. Guess they could do what Team Fortress 2's Scream Fortress does and introduce time frame restrictions for seasonal cosmetics, Easter, Halloween, Christmas, etc. I would like that, but I guess that requires some integrity. You know what? That was the word I was thinking of when I was saying that the Halo 5 and Halo Infinite assault rifles do not have integrity. That's the word I was looking for. Like, the ability to just not give in to that instant gratification that some players want and be like, no, I'm going to be kind of mid, because it makes for a healthier game. It makes for a more relaxed game experience. Like, I'm not going to give in and just make myself overpowered. That's what I'm thinking of. Integrity. Because it's probably very, very easy to just, the temptation is probably really strong to just, you know, like, we want to make the assault rifle viable now. So we've buffed this and this and this and this. And it doesn't have a lot of integrity. The reason Bungie balanced it the way they did before was for a very specific reason. To avoid the Halo Infinite and Halo 5 situation of socials feeling mysteriously sweaty. Damn it. Oh. Does the MA5K have a headshot multiplier? Probably. Probably. Did they fix the Firefight XP handout? Because when they screwed around with the playlists, the multiplier for XP when you play Firefight on Legendary difficulty, it was gone. Did they actually fix that yet? Damn it. Allow me to just hide right here. There's gonna be a guy coming though. I'm in a bad spot actually. Really bad. Let's just get out of here.
We've got rockets.
Okay. I have not seen the new fuel rod gun yet. Let's get the drop. Damn it! I should have kept the crosshair on him. Any chance the new Battlefield is Project 2025? What? I hope that's what they meant by Project 2025, because that seems a lot better. He's like, oh, that's what they were talking about this whole time. They just want to give us a new Battlefield game. Oof. Damn it. They have not fixed it. Nah, of course they haven't. They should have called the new weapon the Spanker Rod. Well, I think I know why they didn't call it that, but... Come on, try to get it. Oh no, they're trying to get it! They did what I told them to! Oof. Okay. Damn it, okay. Well, we gave our team, I think, some room to work with, and they didn't take advantage of it. Like, every time that you kill a person in this mode, or I guess any mode in this game, like, you've given your team, like, about 8 seconds of less stress to deal with. Look, Mom, on TV, says Matt Scared. They haven't fixed the screen jitter. Yeah. That's a thing I doubt will ever be fixed. That's just one of those, like, Halo Infinite things. There's also a data leak on PC, or a memory leak, that they probably will never fix. The longer you play Halo Infinite, the more performance degrades. And so you've got to, like, reset the game every hour or so if you want to keep performance high. And that's another thing that I just don't think they'll ever fix.
Attack their shields.
LNG, how are you, man? How are you enjoying the new update system? O'Brien, crazy. I've been a member for 13 months. Much love, man. That's insane that you've been a member for 13 months. I really appreciate the support, dude. So far the new update seems, like, cool. What I'm maybe not surprised about, what I'm very happy about is that the nerfs to strafe speed, I can feel them immediately. Gunfights feel a lot better now in this game. It's a lot less, like, slippery. I'm really curious, though, to see how the game feels on the Xbox with a controller. Because on PC, at least, you know, like, you can't really go, like back and forth as fast as you used to be able to. So those headshots, they're a little bit more consistent on the screen. Players aren't kind of like wiggling around all over the place. So I imagine that the game probably feels even better on controller. It's weird because the screen jitter is only on Xbox from my experience. Barely anyone has mentioned it, and it's been there since day one. No. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. It feels as if the game, if this makes any sense, the view camera is lagging, even though the game isn't. So, like, the rest of the game is fine, but for some reason your view lags, and then it needs to, like, catch up to you. You know, so yeah, really odd feeling. And, yeah, that's been a problem for a very long time. And in order to fix it, you have to go into the options menu, and you have to set screen shake to 1, unpause the game, then set it to 0. And then your screen will be fine. And it affects campaign as well. Granted, I usually, at least on console, I keep my screen shake at about 10. Because I do like a little bit of it. Just for, like, presentation reasons. Been playing Quake Champions Doom Edition recently. Trying out the newest champion, Unreal Tournament's Brock. And I've been thinking Chief would work well with Unreal Tournament movement. It probably would feel quite a bit like the, in my head, I'm picturing that Halo Legends, the package, where they're just, like, hauling ass down the Covenant hallway. That's the vibe I get from Chief moving with, like, Unreal Tournaments logic.
Enemy team score.
I'm stretching right now. Been a minute since I've seen the chopper eat a whole vehicle. One of the coolest vehicles in gaming. Yeah, the chopper is a great vehicle, man. Come here. Come here. No. You get back here. Out of my way. Okay. He is running. Okay. Damn it! I was just gonna eat up their vehicles. Not related to Halo, but who's your favorite Sonic character and why is it Silver? Also, wouldn't mind a PO6 stream or video. Well, I can tell you that my favorite Sonic character is most certainly not Silver. Which sucks, because I really, really want to like Silver. Because theoretically, Silver should work as a character, but I just think he is, unlike Shadow, he is way too specific, you know? Like, the reason for him existing in the story is for a very specific reason. And with that reason solved in Sonic 06, there's... Why is he still hanging out? Like, he loves his home so much that he is willing to go back in time and change the past to save it. So why isn't he just vibing in his own timeline? Why is he still hanging out in the past? In my personal opinion, Silver the Hedgehog, to make him more likable, is he needs to be reinvented to an extent. The nasally, you know, like, I will fight for a better future. Like, no, that's not, like, people don't want to be that, you know? People don't want to be that. People don't like that. Like, you don't want to sound like the guy that gets shoved into lockers, you know? Shadow is cool because of his design, but also because of his personality and voice. And Silver is like a nerd that gets bullied. The way that you would probably fix Silver, in my opinion, is... Okay, he's a time traveler, right? What you would do is have a slightly older version of Silver who is older and a little bit less like, meh! He's all about his, like, what's it called? Psychokinesis? Like, his telepathy. So have him be, like, a wise, super meditative, like... He's, like, the kind of guy who would sit up in a mountain, cross-legged, and, like, floating and meditating, and he's levitating rocks around him as well, you know? Like, just vibing. Have him come to the past for a reason... And then when that reason is solved, he realizes that he's trapped in the past and that he'll never return home. And so he rather than like sulk, he resolves to become a guardian of the past. And he doesn't even know if what he's fighting for will make for a better future. All he can do is hope. And boom, there you go. There's a reason for him to stay hanging out with Sonic in the past. There's a way to not make him, like, annoying and nerdy. That's how I would fix Silver. Master Oogway, also. Yeah, sort of. Yeah, sort of. Have Silver just be, like, really chill. A slightly more older version of Silver that is older. Did I say that? I got Jeff Steitzer's voice in my ear, so it's making it very hard to speak. Here, let me lower that actually a little bit. Like, I was thinking about this a lot because people are like, Sonic Movie 4 has to have Silver the Hedgehog, and I think Silver is probably one of the weakest characters they could do. Like, right after Shadow, nobody is going to line up to see Silver outside of just Silver fans, of which there are 3. Because unfortunately, Silver just, he's not exciting. Like, Metal Sonic is more exciting than Silver, you know? I would argue Vector, the crocodile, is more exciting than Silver. Silver needs to go through, like, a yassification of some kind to his personality, just to make him look a little bit more exciting. Because I think that there's a lot of potential there. Tragic hero figure instead of nerd sounds pretty neat. Yeah, basically. Because Silver is, like, a really cool-looking character. Hang on. You can see, like, that is cool-looking. That is a cool look for a character, you know? Like, especially when he activates his, like, telekinesis and, like, he becomes all glowy like that and the weird symbols on his hands start glowing. And, like, that's a cool look for a character. But then when he speaks and he's like, I'm from the future. I will destroy you. And it's like, stop, go away. Like, enough. I've heard enough. To clarify, Quake Champions Doom Edition applies movement class to each champion, granting movement mechanics from different games. Current classes are Doom, Quake. Yeah, I remember. That is actually cool that they apply different movement mechanics to the different classes. Like, it's not all just like a unified Quake feeling movement system. Yeah, like Silver, like there's a lot of potential there. I think the only thing about him that I would change are those stupid boots. Cause like, okay, this is gonna sound really odd. There is this like this fine line between this feels like obviously Sonic is a children's, you know, it's aimed at like kids, but there is enough there to where it's also like cool if you're an adult. Like, that is badass. I'd put that on a t-shirt, you know? Silver just barely falls into the like, I feel kind of like this is for children design because of the boots. He looks like a ages 5 and up toy because of those like silly boots that he's got, in like a way that Shadow can bypass that vibe because of how badass his rocket skates look, you know? So Silver, wise him up a little bit, make him a little bit more tragic, you know, a little bit more brooding, a little bit more like wise, you know, meditating on a mountain with floating rocks. Figure out something to do with those boots, because those boots they're not it, you know. Those are my critiques of Silver. Hey, LNG, how do you feel about potentially getting MCC or Infinite on PS5? I think it's freaking awesome, dude, because there are a lot of people that gave up their Xboxes and never looked back, that grew up playing Halo. And them having the ability to play Halo on their PlayStation 5, that is just a whole bunch of new players, as well as people hopping back into the franchise after kind of like disconnecting because, you know, they can't play Halo anymore. As well as there is a whole bunch of kids that don't have PCs or Xboxes. All they have are PS5s, and now they can see what the hell this Halo thing is about. And then finally, both MCC and Halo Infinite are in situations where they are like, basically they will make better first impressions than when they launched. Because Halo being brought to PC was like a disaster, you know? The only port in the whole MCC to be decent was Halo 3. Everything else was a mess. It made a very bad first impression. And Halo Infinite, you know, how it launched. So imagine if somebody hopped onto Halo Infinite now for the first time ever. All they heard was like, this Halo Infinite game is stupid and bad, and you should feel bad and stupid for playing it. And then they hop onto it as it is now. They're going to be like, what the hell was everyone crying about? There's so much to do in this game. Like, first impressions will be good. Silver should sound like Virgil from Devil May Cry. Yes. Yes. Or crap, what's his name? What's what is what's the form that Virgil took in DMC 5 when he was like the guy with the cane and the crow? I can't remember the form that he took, the name of the form that he took. But that is also like a good voice. It's just like, make Silver the kind of guy that you want to put on a graphic t-shirt, you know? Kind of like Shadow is. Don't make Shadow, or don't make Silver somebody that you just want to like bully and shove into a locker. There's this, so Sonic Forces is not a good game, as I think most of the Sonic fan base agrees. But there's this cutscene where the Silver is taking on the super big bad that beat the snot out of Sonic. Like, oh my god, this guy's so serious that he took out Sonic. And Silver is taking him on, and it's like, okay, well, Silver can move objects with his mind, so if anybody has a chance to stop this dude, it's Silver, right? Like, it should be exciting. But he, like, so the bad guy is, you know, like, I gotta take down heroes. It keeps the rabble in line, keeps people doubting. And it's like, okay, he's making threats. Silver, what is your response? And Silver just says, "Are you the only one who believes your lies?" And it's like, no, damn it. No, wrong, incorrect. That is not how you come off as cool. It feels almost like, you know, like the Charlie Brown, like Lucy with the football, and she's like, okay, Charlie, you can kick it now. And then he tries to kick it, and she pulls it away last minute, and he trips and falls on his face. Imagine that, but like, nobody's moving the ball. Like, say Sonic Team, it's like, okay, Sonic Team, do it, make Silver cool, and then they just miss and fall on their face over and over again. It's like, we're not even moving the ball, just like kick it. It's not that hard to make Silver cool. Unreal Tournament is the slower movement class since it lacks the uncapped acceleration and strafe jumping that allows other movement classes to pick up insane speeds. Do the other movement classes, do they like compensate by being like a little bit squishier? Like lower health? I don't like the fact that the Halo 5 Chief Armor is getting redesigned to fit the art style. Is it? I knew this would happen since the game came out. I can't have anything nice from Halo 4 and 5 and Infinite, Sag. Well, to be fair, most stuff is getting redesigned to fit the Infinite art style. Like, I don't think anything is one-to-one. That's actually a cool, like, idea. Seeing, like, the Halo 4 and 5 armor in a different light. I want to see what it looks like, because I know all we have of Blue Team is that book render, where I'm pretty sure they just gave them like some other armors. Are they really getting like new updated armor looks? V, that's right. His name was V in Devil May Cry 5. That was a cool game. The armor, the helmet is the same as 5, but the armor is smoother, like an Infinite. It's really odd looking. Okay, we're going to take a look then. Because you know what that sounds a lot like? That sounds a lot like some of the experimental early Halo Infinite stuff where they were trying to figure out how they wanted Master Chief to look. Here, can someone share me a link? I guess we could check out Halo Reddit. Because people will probably be talking about it. Wow, that really is just the Halo 5 helmet. Wow. Okay. Okay, the commander is becoming an armor kit as well. I'm sure there's 3 people that will be excited about it. Where were those patch notes? There they are. Okay, let's check this out. Fuel rod spanker. I'm a fan. Even though it's less than, like, you know, Halo probably should have. I'm still okay with it. It's better than nothing, quite literally. Item placement changes. Forge improvements. Balancing changes. Here we go. Okay, initial accuracy improved. Headshot multiplier reduced to 0, which is very, very good. Heat wave. This is what I was curious about. Distribution function, custom position, custom direction. Not quite sure what that means. I'll take a deeper read later. Yeah, they nerfed this, I read. Magnetism angle has pretty much been reduced across the board. They made the disruptor a lot less accurate. The stalker's rate of fire has been decreased. Oh, damn it. I liked the stalker the way it was. Okay. Yeah, bulldogs, headshot multiplier is gone. The bounciness of grenades has been increased. Takes longer to throw grenades than before. Wow. Halo Infinite had a crazy fast grenade throw. I didn't know that. And then, of course, they're fixing up... it's not quite how it used to be, but they're fixing up strafe acceleration. The belt on Master... Okay. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff here. A bunch of fixes. Known issues. Okay. I'm apathetic towards Infinite. That's fine. Keep in mind that movement is also... Oh, wait. Wait, yes. I did not read that. Movement is also affected by a champion's weight class, which affects their baseline velocity, hitbox size, HP. Gotcha. So that they aren't all just like kind of like a unified hitbox. That's cool. I like that. Here, let me go to site. Wow, hang on. Let me... Okay. Yeah, that is so weird. Yeah, it's like a hybrid. Holy crap, Chief looks weird. Yeah, you can see that it's like a smoothed out looking Master Chief. It doesn't look very good. Yeah, these don't look great. I mean, Fred is probably the best looking of them. Same with... now it's really just Fred. As much as I really, really, really dislike the Halo 5 armors for Blue Team, and don't think that those are very good looking Halo Spartans, the helmets and bodies are all deliberately designed to work with each other. So like Master Chief as an example, like that helmet goes with that body. Even if you don't like the design of, you know, the armor itself, like it is a unified look. And so I think just like, you know, popping the helmet off and sticking it on a less detailed body, it does look awkward. It doesn't quite work. Characters like Fred, where there's a little bit more creative liberties taken, he looked pretty good. His transition from Halo 5 to Halo Infinite actually looks pretty decent. Linda, to be honest, Linda, I don't think there was any saving Linda. Like, that was a very ugly looking armor in Halo 5. And I think Halo Infinite doesn't really do much better. And Kelly also, Kelly has that problem of, like, looks too smooth. And not too smooth in, like, oh, Spartan armor shouldn't be smooth. Like, it very obviously is supposed to be that Halo 5 armor, but a lot of the greeble was removed from it. So it just kind of looks, like, awkward and unfinished in a way that's hard to explain. Purple Punk Cortana? What about Purple Punk Cortana? Was there a Cortana there that I just totally glossed over? I don't see a purple Cortana. I like the new Chief's shoulders, though. It doesn't look like Chief. Like, Master Chief has a very specific silhouette to him, even including the shoulders. You can't just, like, swap them out with a completely different shoulder type. Yeah, like, for better or worse, that Halo 4 Master Chief, it was a unified look for him. It didn't really... It wasn't a very strong design for the Chief, but it is what it was. And I think just taking it and removing a ton of detail is... It's kind of like the Halo Infinite Warthog, you know, where it's just the Halo 5 Warthog, only they removed a bunch of detail. So it just kind of looks like an under-detailed Halo 5 Warthog, rather than something completely new from the ground up. Punk Cortana listening to Johnson's old stuff and the Covenant wants to wipe out. Oh, are we just talking about Combat Evolved Cortana? See, you know what I think would have been pretty cool? Like, if they're not going to commit, I guess, to like a Halo 5 blue team armor, what they probably could have done was go for the package, recreate all their armors from the package, and then give Master Chief his pre-release, like, prototype Halo Infinite armor. Remember when they first revealed Halo Infinite? And he had, like, he was sporting different looking armor? And a different helmet? Release that. Do you think Chief as a character would smoke a doink and chat with the weapon about real shit? I don't think Chief's that fun. Like, Chief probably has never had a drop of alcohol in his life, and probably will never. Not that that's, you know, not fun. I should probably come up with a different example. Master Chief has probably never snuck out to go see a movie. Chief is not fun at parties. No, he's not fun at parties. That being said, I don't think Master Chief would be like a buzzkill, because that's also not who Master Chief is. Like, Chief has a sense of humor. He knows how to make jokes. Chief would probably reluctantly go to the party, compliment the decorations, say hello to the people who organized the party, and then make a funny that makes everybody laugh, and then he'll dip when nobody's looking. Chief is the designated driver. Master Chief has not stayed up past bedtime. Yeah, Chief, like, because like the Halo 4 type of Chief, that's not Chief. Like, Chief isn't like sad and moping and like miserable. He's like, fun. What is fun? I don't understand. Like, think of like Halo 2. Like, you said there wouldn't be any cameras, you know, or like, you look nice. Thanks. Like, I need a weapon. Like, that's the kind of guy that Chief is. Like, he's got a sense of humor. He doesn't go to parties. They're not his thing. He prefers to be giving Covenant back their bombs. Like, Chief wouldn't be awkwardly standing in a corner like, I'm a machine, I'm a soldier, I blah, blah, blah. Like, Chief would find a way to slip out of the party without anyone noticing. And he'd probably have, like, an obligatory slice of cake. And he'd probably just, like, scrape it off the plate into the trash can when nobody's looking. Because he wants to maintain his physique. And he'd just be like, it was very good cake. Yummy. I have not seen this new fuel rod gun yet. Where is it? Nice curtains. Yeah. Kind of like Bruce Wayne at parties. Well, that's also like an annoying thing about like modern Batman stories. Bruce Wayne is supposed to be like obnoxious, like you wanna punch him in the face because he's such an annoying douchebag type character, because nobody would suspect that guy is the calm and collected Batman by night, you know? Like, everybody talks about, like, Ben Affleck this, Ben Affleck that. Like, Ben Affleck was a terrible Bruce Wayne and a terrible Batman. Like, Ben Affleck got manipulated via, like, mail. You know, that dude was so damn gullible. But Christian Bale was an extremely good Bruce Wayne because he was, like, obnoxious. Like, remember he, like, got into the pool? Or not into the pool. No, it wasn't a pool. That was what was so annoying. It was, like, a public fountain. And he was just, like, being obnoxious, and he, like, didn't care about anybody around him because that's supposed to be, like, a disguise so that nobody suspects that he is, in fact, the Dark Knight. Don't let the Snyder cult hear that. I don't care. Zack Snyder sucks. The man is a very talented cinematographer. What he is not a very good is a director, filmmaker, or screenwriter. He should be under somebody. He should be, like, setting up shots and directing camera crew. He should not be directing the project or the film. Okay, let's take this. The real fuel rod was the friends we made along. I hear it. Look, there were some green puffs over there. So it's on this map somewhere. I bet that guy has it. Yep, it's down there. I got it. Oof. Okay, we're gonna save this thing. I think this is just hunter gun shots. Like, the sound effect, at least, I recognize from this game. Listen to that sound effect. What is that sound effect? Is that a sound effect from this game? I don't think so. Here, because, like, watch this. When I scope in with this. See, it's just the chick, 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 chick. I don't know what that super, like, beep, boop, beep, like, sound is. I don't know where that's from. Currently, Brock is a heavy champ with ultimate movement and struggles to keep up in matches, especially given his lack of active ability, which might change. Andrew, do they have any representation for Prey 2017? Oof. Okay. I'm running up this way. Okay, I've only got one shot left in this thing. Damn it. Oh, that's fine. It's an assist. I'll take it. Let's try out the new disruptor. I heard this thing is like a poopy now. It's 5 sound effect. Is it? Wait, another one? Okay. I'll take it. I don't think this is the Halo 5 sound effect for it. Oh, here's like a crazy looking... Look at this thing. This should have been a new weapon, man. Why the hell is this a skin for the sniper rifle? Like, it looks even more unrecognizable than the Spanker fuel rod. That thing could have easily slipped past folk and been a new weapon addition to the sandbox. Gosh, I hate free-to-play. I mean, hell, folks that want the Promethean weapons back, I feel like that Banished thing, you could have switched some of the materials over to, like, Forerunner metals, and it could have passed as a binary rifle. Oh, you guys agree as well. Yeah, yeah. That being said, I absolutely I endorse more more of these like hacked together weapons that they're adding to the game, because quite literally I think they are better than nothing. The alternative is that Fuel Rod Spanker would have not been a new weapon addition, and it would have just been a cosmetic. So I would prefer new mechanical additions to the game over just more trash in the store. I wanted an LMG. Well, son, you're in luck, because there is an LMG in the game. It is on the back of the Warthog. It is mounted on bipods, and you can rip it off those bipods and run around with it. Nope, nothing from any immersive sims yet. Even so, I get the feeling that Prey 2006's Tommy would be a champion before. Yeah, he would as well. He gives more of like arena shooter hero vibes, you know? Love it or hate it, but Halo 5 had 3 factions of guns, each with counterparts. Halo Infinite, 3 factions, mostly UNSC. Well, that was the case. That was the case for Halo, for all the Halo games. Like, it was pretty much from start to finish. It's always been the UNSC are the ones with the most guns. A LMG is something you carry. I don't think that's necessarily something that Halo needs. I know that you want the saw back, but I stand firm in my opinion that the saw is a gun that does not need to be in Halo. And never needed to be in Halo. It was just added because it was a gun that you could get easy kills with. And because Call of Duty had an LMG, so Halo now has to have an LMG. I think that the mounted chain gun turret is, if you're going to add an LMG to Halo, that's how you do it. Because a ranged, fully automatic weapon is something very, very dangerous. And it has the potential to just be like a sloppy gun that does not promote a healthy combat loop. I think he meant that Infinite has 3 factions, but the other 2 factions' looks are put in UNSC weapons. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, it is, like, silly, right? It is silly that, you know, you can, rather than running around with a Banished gun, you can pay us $20 so that your UNSC gun looks like the Banished made it. It's like, I'd rather just have, like, a new Banished gun. Halo 2 almost had an LMG. Ah, it did, didn't it? But keyword, almost. Then it was cut and never ever got put in any Halo game by Bungie. The thing about Bungie is they often cut things due to time constraints, but also just because they genuinely could not find a way to make it actually like a meaningful and fun addition to the game. It's interesting because Jamie Griesmer talked about once upon a time in Halo 2's development, they actually had the strafe speed similar to Halo Infinite, and they cut it because it did not make for fun gameplay. Even if initially you think it's fun, the ripple-on effects that it does in the way that like your opponents move and the way gunfights play out and what you have to do to aim assist to compensate, like, it's not worth it, basically, for you to have a couple moments of fun. And that's an aspect of Bungie design, actually, that I respect quite a bit. You say you hate free-to-play, but you know very well that devs will still indulge in scummy monetization, free-to-play or not. Yeah, case in point, EA's sports games. Not even EA sports games. All their games, like Battlefield 2042. That game has more wacky cosmetics than it does, like, weapons. I want to see if I can find that fuel rod spanker again. That's it, probably, right? Oof. Bungie, LMG has no place in the sandbox. Also Bungie, plasma repeater. Well, the plasma repeater did. It was just a position I maybe didn't agree with, which is it was supposed to be a weapon for elites to spawn with in the invasion game mode. Because the elites, well, they're not going to spawn with an assault rifle, are they? And the plasma rifle more or less had a very specific role that it was filling. So the elites, it was like, give them basically an assault rifle that shoots plasma. And I think that is just an issue with asymmetrical modes in Halo that are designed around classes. I think if you want to do that in Halo, you really got to make a spin-off game that kind of breaks off from the Halo formula so you can fully embrace that style of game. That and the plasma repeater, you know, as kind of boring of an addition as that is, it wasn't really disruptive, was it? Yeah, I'm trying to, like, think... Here. So that thing is definitely, for sure, a hunter round. Like, basically, they took the rocket launcher. Like, if you're in assembly, like a mod tool... Or not assembly, the tag editor for Halo Infinite. Basically, what they did is they took the spanker, opened up its tags, and made it fire hunter rounds. Like, whatever the hunter is coded to fire, they replaced missiles with that. And then, like, upped the ammo count to, like, 6. So that, at least initially off the bat, is like, okay, that's why these rounds don't bounce, because they're just hunter rounds. So what I'm trying to think now is how or not expensive, how resource expensive would it be to mod these in a way that would allow them to bounce? Like, is that, that logic does exist in the slip space engine, because, you know, like, you think of, like, the heat wave, its shots bounce. Same with the cinder shot. So things can bounce, but is it possible that you could get the hunter's cannon shots to bounce? And if so, could it be applied to this weapon? And then that would leave the only thing that would keep it, I think, from being properly added to the game. It would be like, okay, well, how do you communicate to a player visually when the shots that you fire from that weapon are ready to bounce? Because in previous Halo games, the fuel rod gun would communicate visually when the shots were ready to bounce, because they would bloom out and get really, really bright, and that meant that they were going to explode on impact. And when they were little and like very understated, that meant that they were just going to be bouncing for the time being. It's why I cringe every time I hear Halo should be full priced again. People can't see the monkey's paw they're wishing for with making such statements. Yeah, well, I think that there's always going to be a monkey paw situation, unfortunately. This is gonna sound wild. Oh, man, I wish that there would be a subscription of some kind for like future Halo games. As dumb as that sounds, I want a subscription of some kind that has a guarantee that like subscribers are funding the development of sandbox editions. Because the problem with a premium free-to-play game, like a AAA free-to-play game, is that all of the resources are going to go into what makes money, because it is $0 to hop in and play the game. So you could have like your modelers, localization, sandbox, UI, UX, like sound, engineers, like you could have all of that stuff working on a sandbox edition that will yield you $0 in return, or you could put them all on microtransactions. And that's why Halo Infinite has had an anemic rollout of new sandbox editions compared to Halo 5. Because if you remember, Halo 5, they were monetized sandbox editions. They were part of the loot boxes. And I think a lot of people actually forget in Halo 5, they did not let you spawn those in Forge or use them in custom games. They were also not in arena modes. The only way you could use them was if you got them out of loot boxes in Warzone. Uh-oh, somebody's calling my phone. Like, because what I'm thinking is, with this game, with Halo Infinite, I don't want to be spending money on, like, armors and stuff. A majority of the stuff in the shop, like, just, I will not be spending money on it. But if I had the ability to just pay some kind of subscription, and I almost get a premium pass to the cosmetics, like a Halo Infinite year one pass, and it ensures that like all cosmetics are just like mine, you know, and I give them $60 a year. Basically, I'm buying a Halo game every year. I'd like that, you know, because it's either that or you get $0 from me. Man, and people say the Ravager sucks. The Ravager's awesome, dude. That ringtone LMAO. It's pretty good, right? Intriguing, given that the Banshee Bomb Hunter fuel rods have projectile drop, it makes the fuel rod spanker effectively a hybrid of the Halo 2 and Gearbox Combat Evolved fuel rod guns. Yeah, it does, actually. Yeah, because it didn't bounce in Combat Evolved, did it? It was just kind of like missiles. Or not missiles. Yeah, but you could still unlock everything in Halo 5 over time. That was essentially the end of Halo Infinite's, or Halo 5's live service, though. I think people forget that they withheld all of the sandbox edition. Like, the reason that they were added to the game is because they were monetized. And then once they were done developing Halo 5, they released them all to the community. But only after the game was, you know, dead. It's live service development. So for the live service portion of Halo 5, sandbox editions were monetized, and no, you could not use them in Forge. Because they were monetized. They wanted you to be opening loot boxes. Yeah, it's just I can't think of how you could incentivize management to sign off on sandbox editions with the business model that Halo Infinite currently has. Because it really is as simple as that. Like the way that these developers work, which is kind of like unfortunate, is it's almost like incorrect to say developer. It's more of a game studio that has developers in it. Because the developers, they are working on like content for the game. And then within the game studio, you've got business, where their job is to figure out how to make money off of the content that the developers within the game studio are making. And so what'll usually happen is you'll have like the developers and project leads and stuff propose to business, we want to do this. Or not like propose to business. They propose to like management with business because everybody's involved. We want to do this. Here's how we want to do it. And then business is like, well, how are you going to make money off of it? Here's our proposition, blah, 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 blah. And basically like ideas get signed off on or they don't get signed off on. And in the situation of like Halo Infinite, where it's a free-to-play game, not doing very hot, but it's not dead. You know, this isn't like an X-Defiant where the game is dead and nobody is playing it. And nobody is spending money on it. Halo Infinite is making just enough money and just enough people are playing it where it seems like the only thing that is truly getting signed off on are cosmetics. But the community are clamoring for sandbox editions. And clearly, like the pencil pushers, it's not a matter of greed. It's a matter of it is not feasible to do that. Like, it's not within their budget. Like, they would be operating at a loss. And so you've got to figure out a way that you can make both sides happy. You almost got to, like, gaslight the, You got to gaslight the business team into doing something that is good for the player base. That's at least what I've heard. I've heard that it's a lot of tricking. Like playing mind games to get people to do what you want when you're in game development. Late stage capitalism. Yeah, basically, like, my number goes up and up and up and up and up until, oh my god, there was a limit? Now the number has flatlined. What do we do? And then thus goes the death spiral, where you milk the existing consumer base for all they're worth. And then eventually they leave, and you lose money, and then you go out of business. And then another business comes out of nowhere and does extremely well, and then within a couple years, they go through the same thing. They hit that surprise ceiling that they didn't know existed. Excuse my stupidity. What does a sandbox version of Halo mean? Sandbox version of Halo? I'm not sure what that means either. I guess if you mean what is a sandbox in regards to Halo terminology, the sandbox is basically the stuff, the toys that exist beyond the player. So think of like core gameplay as like jump, slide, punch, throw, shoot. Like, all of that is your core gameplay. Like, how your player character feels and performs actions. But sandbox would be everything that is outside of the character. If you think of it literally like a child in a sandbox playing with toys. That's what a sandbox is. Damn, the strafe nerfs feel great. I know I said that after a scuffed battle where we were both missing and strafing and missing our shots, but the fact that we were missing our shots is what felt so great, because we were both overcompensating for how strafe used to feel. Yeah, I'm gonna keep this. Gonna grab this. Oh my god, there's so many guys coming. I hear footsteps. I can't tell if they're buddies or friendlies, though. In my opinion, the Ravager is Infinite's iteration on the FRG with more measured primary fire spam. I'd rework older fuel rod guns into it with added incendiary properties. I don't know if that's the role that I would give the fuel rod gun, because a developer actually, like, talking to a developer about why the fuel rod gun was cut from Halo Infinite yielded some, like, interesting discussions, which was because the lead sandbox designer on Halo Infinite, Quinn Del Hoyo of after Infinite, he went to work on Dr. Disrespect's shitty fake NFT money scam game. But like Quinn, he doesn't really like Halo's campaigns. He's never liked them and never really got them. And so for him, he was thinking about sandbox editions in what would be good for multiplayer. And from the campaign side, why they value the fuel rod gun is not actually for the players or for the multiplayer. It's actually more about it's actually a weapon for the grunts. That's how they think about it, because it is a fun change of pace or break in the combat rhythm or just situation to put the players in. If you're in a hallway and there's like a spec ops grunt and he's lobbing these slow moving fuel rod gun shots at you, like, you know, foom, 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 and the air is full of 4 of these things, and they're moving very slow, and you can dodge them, but if they impact, it's going to be a big boom, you know? That's kind of what campaign designers liked about the fuel rod gun. It's just, they thought spec ops grunts were a lot of fun to work with. And so they were pretty bummed when the fuel rod gun was cut. Can I see the strafe? Yeah, look at this. Did you see that? Did you see how slow that was? It's like the imps versus the mancubus. Yeah, basically. I like Infinite. I've loved Infinite's campaign. It feels like they really looked at Combat Evolved and tried to do something like that, but with some cut stuff from CE. But the multiplayer is so hard to get into. I do really respect Infinite's campaign quite a lot. Like, if you told me that, like, Infinite's campaign was, that the sandbox was, you know, designed by a guy who didn't even like the campaign or wanted to work on it in the first place, I would have also been surprised. And it speaks to the strengths, basically, of, like, the campaign team, that they were able to kind of, like, wrangle him into the campaign meetings and, like, get him to reluctantly help out, because they really had to work really hard to get the Infinite campaign sandbox where it was, or where it ended up being. And I think they did a damn good job, because the Infinite campaign is pretty solid. Only thing that I think doesn't quite work is the enhanced mobility of the grappling hook, because it lets you do some pretty, like, stupid stuff that exposes issues within the sandbox balancing, like, you know, in order to give the brute berserkers any way to fight back, they had to kind of, like, cheat a little bit, and if you're ever out of bounds, the brute berserker suddenly has an infinite supply of electric grenades, which is just annoying. You know, it's annoying to deal with, to have it constantly being spammed at you. And that was the only thing they could really do to get players to come down from ledges that they weren't supposed to be in. And that was because the campaign team, for the longest time, they were developing the game without the grappling hook being a permanent power. They were just designing levels, assuming that the player would be stuck to this elevation. That'll be awesome. We'll put some enemies up there, put some stuff over here for them, and then just suddenly it was like, oh yeah, the players can just use this all the time whenever they want. And it pretty much broke the campaign wide open. I still wish we could have met that Forerunner AI teased in the 2020 trailer. There was no Forerunner AI teased in the 2020 trailer. There was no mendicant bias. Those 3 glowing dots that people saw on Chief's visor, those were just lights. Grunt heavies too, but I get what you mean. In that sense, I definitely make the overcharge shot a lot slower and have fuel rod gun grunts prioritize only firing that. Yeah, that can work. Yeah, that's mostly what the fuel rod gun was for. It was more for the grunts than it was. There was. No, I refuse. I'm telling you, as somebody who... as somebody who is there giving feedback on Halo Infinite during development, as somebody who is friends with many developers, that is a shot that the community has overanalyzed to death. There was no mendicant bias. Playing the story without using the grapple all the time makes the game 10% better. Yeah, and there's a lot of like scripted stuff that you actually miss in the campaign if you're using the grapple shot constantly. What I do think actually works quite well with the grappling hook is that because of the open world formula, you've got a lot of wide open space, right? And so being able to pull things towards you, that actually works quite well. Like thinking about just like a level in Halo Combat Evolved that's shrunk down to accommodate the movement. So you just run over weapons, pick them up, see a plasma rifle laying on the ground, grab that. Like in a wide open environment where everything is so spaced out from one another, having like an ability to just yank things towards you from a greater distance, it does work. I think where the grappling hook maybe doesn't... There are unintentional issues with, like, you know, allowing players to ignore level design and de-incentivizing interesting level design is when you can grapple onto higher ledges, grapple at enemies, like all of that stuff. So maybe the grappling hook, just make it can pull things towards you. So you saw that cutscene? That cutscene's in the game. That cutscene's in the game. It's just a different camera angle. I can't remember which cutscene it was. But it's a cutscene that already exists in the game. Just for trailer purposes, they were like a little bit cheeky and cutie, and they moved the camera angle around. Because Chief actually looked pretty cool. Think about the Discover Hope trailer that they did. Where's the cutscene where Master Chief was standing on top of that mountain and clenching his fist? When was that cut from the game? It wasn't cut from the game because it was never part of the game. It looked cool in a trailer. Well, somebody in this game chat just said he loves my channel. That's so nice of him. Do you think the CE remake will be good with significant changes? Yeah, I think it'll be good. I'm not sure if I believe that it'll be as good as Halo 1, or as iconic, I should say. But it's going to be a good game, you know? Sorry, didn't mean to run you over. Oh, Isaiah, you're fine. Something I like to do with open world games is play how the devs kind of want you to play. It's less run to the next objective on the map and more feeling your way to the next objective. Well, you know what's super interesting? Halo Infinite, if you can do a playthrough of that game without ever opening up your TAC map, because the game always points you after like a serious story event in the direction you should be going in, and there is a visible landmark that you can see that you should be traveling towards. Like when you drop off of the Phantom, when you're first plopped into the open world, first thing you're looking at is that big-ass tower in the distance. So you know exactly where to go. And then after you beat the boss Chaklock and, like, you know, the tower doors open and you can go back out into the open world, you're looking at that bridge that you have to cross. Like, the game does a really good job of making sure that you're always facing the correct direction. So you can actually just play without ever opening up your TAC map. And that's the golden path, they call it, or they called it during development. They had like a kind of like, here is the character, here's the player's journey if they were to ignore all side content and play the game like it was a linear campaign. And you can actually see that it is a winding linear path that you can follow. And there are scripted moments along the golden path. Like, you know, brute dropships will come in. You can hear brutes talking about story-related stuff. But then comes in the stuff, because it's an open world game and they've got to pad it out with content and stuff, have you opening up your TAC map. The inorganic aspects of the game's open world actually, they make you not see that stuff, which is disappointing. Are you in the boat of the game should be a one-to-one, or the boat of it should add story elements from the books, etc.? I think it should add elements from the story, or from the books, to be honest. As much as I would love a one-to-one remake, I've already got Halo 1. And I love Halo 1. And I think if there is the opportunity to have a new version of Halo 1 that is very different from the one I'm very familiar with, yeah, I want to see a new version of Halo 1. It's probably not going to be as good. Like, I'll probably prefer the original till the end of time. But, man, it would be cool to see a new version of Halo 1, you know? Similar, I guess, to, like, the Resident Evil 2 remake or the Resident Evil 4 remake, where, yeah, the original's better. But this is cool, you know? So I'm open to whatever they're gonna do, as long as they don't recast. Which, let's be honest, outside of Jen Taylor and Steve Downes, I do not expect Captain Keyes to sound like, God, what's his name? Was it Pete Stacker? Was that even his name, or was that just the character he played? I wish the Spartan Killers were like a Metal Gear enemy squad. They were a Nemesis type AI at one point. Or at least that was like the idea behind them before, you know, like back when you're in the brainstorming phase of development and then you have all these ideas and then you're like, okay, now it's time to pitch. During the brainstorming idea, it was supposed to be that the Spartan Killers were like a Like, you reach a certain threat level in the open world, and then a Spartan killer spawns and, like, hunts you in the open world. So that's why there's, like, a weird focus on Spartan hunters, even though they're, like, not anything special. It's because story guys, they're like, got it, we got these, like, Spartan hunter, Spartan killer things. Okay, let's get to writing. But then sandbox gameplay and stuff, they're like, oh crap, like, this thing is a little bit too ambitious for, like, the time scale that we have to work with and the budget that we have to work with. Damn it. The Shadow of Mordor game with the Nemesis system would be crazy fun in Infinite. Well, since the Shadow of Mordor devs patented the Nemesis system, that would mean, because 343, they already had to pay to use the ping system. They had to pay, because the ping system is patented. I forgot who owns the patent, though. Damn it. What is going on? There's like a warthog up there. Assault's really fun. It's just kind of like a pity that it's Assault, you know? Like, I know this mode quite well. I really like Assault. Why'd it take so long to get added to the game? Just joined. Is the Fuel Rod Spanker any good? I prefer the Reach model, but at this point I'm glad we just got something. Yeah, it is pretty good. I mean, it's a Fuel Rod gun that doesn't bounce. So it's like a volley, you know? A bunch of shots being fired, and they travel somewhat slowly. And they aren't guaranteed a kill when they explode. So it adds a little bit more chaos to, like, bigger modes. And the Assault game mode, you know, it's Assault. Assault's really good. It's like, if you like Halo Infinite, this update's good. And if you don't like Halo Infinite, like, this isn't gonna, like, change your mind or anything. It's not really an update meant to win people back. At this point, it's just making Halo Infinite players happy. God, they didn't fix that bug. Here, I want to bait this guy out, because I took down his shield. He's not coming. Okay, damn it. Here, we're carrying the plasma pistol over here. Come on, let's go up here. Oh no, I can't show off the bug. So, if you fire or hold down the trigger while picking it up, it will fire 2 shots for some reason. And it's been like that for years. Missed. Oh, I missed. Pete Stacker is Captain Key's voiceover. Yes, but there's also a Marine Sergeant character he voiced in the original trilogy. Yeah, Sergeant Stacker. Given that it's a drastic rework to the grapple shot, you'd have to make it into a visually new equipment, maybe a weaker version of the Didact's telekinesis. I just keep it as the grappling hook. I'm thinking in a hypothetical, theoretical, like, a theoretical campaign rebalance mod. Like, I could probably do that if I learned how to use the tag modifier. People still play this crap? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're free to join. So kind of like the CE Fuel Rod gun in terms of stats. Similar, just a lot less powerful, and it needs to manually reload. I'm kind of over Infinite by now, to be honest. I find myself playing MCC more than anything. That's understandable. That's fair. Those games aren't any less fun. I wish I could apply skins to the Banished and Covey weapons. Oh man, to be honest, I'm kind of happy that we can't do that. Because then that's even less incentive to make new weapons. I mean, not that that's already... hopefully you get what I mean. The less weapon kits that there are to apply to weapons, the better, because then those things can just be new weapons, I guess. Didn't they hack the fuel rod spanker into Reach in like an hour? They did, but then they didn't also have to add it to the live game. They didn't have to do networking tests in a playtesting environment. They didn't have to get language localization involved to give it a name in every language that the game supports. They didn't have to get like the materials texture artists like from whatever project they were working on. You didn't have to work with sound to give it new sound effects and stuff, or see if you could fit the old sounds into the game. You didn't have to get UI and UX to make sure it works in the Forge mode, that it shows up in training, and like yada, 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 yada. Because in a AAA gaming environment, you're part of a team. You're not off on your own doing your own thing. So if you want to get the fuel rod gun added to a game, you got to make sure all the different parties are on board. That is the difference between one guy making a fuel rod spanker and then uploading it to the Steam Workshop. Is there a possibility that they'll add the new guns to the campaign? There is no possibility, unfortunately. I remember asking Joe Staten about that with the DMR, or sorry, the Bandit, and he said no, because that would require them pulling people off of projects that they were working on. Like, basically, it's not as simple as just plopping it into the campaign, because they've also got to, like, make sure that it doesn't break balancing if it's given to an AI. They need to make sure that it doesn't break sequences if the game will randomly assign the Banished DMRs. They've got to make sure that, like, Marines won't become overpowered if they have it. They've got to figure out how they're going to add it to the game. Like, is it going to be littered around the place or just added at the fobs? Like, if it's just going to be added at the fobs, will it be something you have to unlock, or will it be there from the start? Like, and so on and so on. Like, there's so many variables that they're just, like, multiplayer only. Less headaches. That's what I hate about the community. They don't understand the reason why they made this weapon the way it is. Lack of resources because of Microsoft. Just straight to Halo Studios lazy. Well, it's also not just Microsoft. It's also Halo Studios, because management are the ones who sign off on this. And it was probably possible that they could have taken that unfinished Halo 5 fuel rod gun and given it the updates that it needed to be shippable. But the thing is with Halo Studios, so from what I understand, the live team does not have an animator. And they have very limited UI and UX support. So, like, whatever they add, they have to be very creative about how they add it, because they're not going to be able to have new animations. It has to be stuff that's already animated, you know? Damn it. I should have just started using the fuel rod spanker. And again, remember, it's a team effort. A modder is their own team, so they have complete flexibility. Like, if a modder wants something added to a game, they can do it, because they're providing the sounds, they're providing the UI stuff. But in a AAA game environment, everybody has to do their part. And you're not allowed to kind of like overstep boundaries and do the part of other people, because that's their job, not your job, you know? So it's entirely possible that you've got modelers and you've got UX and UI that are like, yeah, we're totally free. But if management has animation working on something else, like, that's it, your project's done. It's not being added to the game. You know, so you've got to be creative and find a workaround. And that's the kind of stuff that provides us with, you know, like the Avenger SMG or the Fuel Rod Spanker. It's somebody was not free to work on this project for them, so they get creative. Want my wacky monetization idea for a future Halo game? Keep the coding system, but let players make custom codings with paid-for patterns and materials. That would be great. That would be great, man. I was talking with one of the developers who was let go, and he said, in his opinion, and it was something that he pushed a lot in the studio, because he said he wanted to make business happy, and what they want is they want to know how they can monetize it. So he was like coming up with a pitch to make business happy, but also get something that would benefit the players. And his idea was basically that you can customize the colors how you want, classic Halo style, and it is texture and patterns that are the monetized aspect. So, like, if you want your Spartan to look like they're made out of wood, you can buy wood. But if you want it to be like red wood, blue wood, green wood, or whatever, like, that's up to you. You're in control of the colors. Oh, we're fucked. Okay. There we go. I think what stings the most is that Microsoft, with all its resources, can't commit an animator to supporting the latest Halo Live service. Kind of speaks to Microsoft's attitude towards the franchise. Well, not just Microsoft's attitude, but also the performance of the latest Halo game. Because if Halo Infinite was a success, you probably would see those resources freed up. The thing is, Halo Infinite isn't, you know? I said before that if you take a look at stuff like X-Defiant, that game is just flat out being shut down because nobody's spending money in it and it doesn't have a healthy player base. Same with like Dr. Disrespect's like shitty NFT thing or whatever that recently got shut down. Like, you're seeing like live service games fail and being shut down because they're failing, you know? So what does it say about Halo Infinite? That we know that the player count is low, but it's still getting content. But the content is kind of a low quality, but it's still getting it. That means that just enough people are playing and just enough people are spending money that the bare minimum is what they can afford to give back to the player base. Just the bare minimum. Anything else is too expensive. Like, it's kind of like, don't get ahead of yourself, Halo Infinite. Like, you are not in Warzone territory or Apex Legends territory, all right? Like, figure out how to make your fuel rod gun without animators, okay? Which sucks. by the way, that Halo is even in that position. That their tech debt from the launch was so big that they had to spend so much time kind of like getting the code into a workable state that the game just like basically died on the vine. It withered and died on the vine. Oops. I'd give players access to the basic color options, about the same amount as Reach and 4, but cough up $30 and it'll give you a full gamut color wheel. That's great. That's great, man. Yeah, I like that idea. This thing is very fun to use. It's kind of like a head empty gun. All right, let's make ourselves cloaked. You know what I'm so bummed out about, though, is with Halo 5, they just got rid of loadouts completely, even in custom games. Not that I want loadouts in, like, Halo multiplayer, but for, like, custom game purposes, loadouts are actually a pretty cool tool to use. Because they're allegedly going to add a Forge version of Warzone this year. And it's being done, you know, again, by the community, but there's not going to be a UI or a menu of any kind. Like, what I'd imagine is going to happen is you're probably just going to look at a gigantic, like, wall of guns, and then you probably have to shoot at or, like, ping or whatever, and then you get that gun, you know? That's probably what they'll do to get the rec system, like, somewhat working. And I'm just sitting here thinking, like, man, imagine if, like, the loadout system from Halo 4, like, yes, don't have any of that stuff in the multiplayer, the live multiplayer, but keep loadouts for custom games. Oh, they're all making their way over to our base. They're all spawning over there, aren't they? Thoughts on the Helljumpers Forge custom game mode? I'll be honest, I tried playing it and it bugged out before I could even leave my spawn room. And I did watch some gameplay of it, and it just doesn't seem that good. Like, it doesn't seem like what I was hoping for, which was Helldivers custom game. It just seems like it was too ambitious. What they were trying to do was too ambitious. Yeah, it seemed very boring. It seemed very kind of like low stakes. I think that, like, the way that you want to get something like that working is because the appeal of Helldivers is that it's kind of like an extraction shooter horde mode type thing where you're trying to get in, do a thing, and then extract, and then there's a horde of things trying to kill you. And until you get to your objective, the horde are mostly minding their own business. So you've got to almost have kind of like ODST, like roaming patrols of bad guys until you get to your objective. And then it's got to become like a firefight-like thing. And then once the firefight-like thing is done, then you extract. And maybe even have it so that you're being harassed during the extraction. And I don't know, I didn't get any sort of like coherent flow like that from Helljumpers. At least the gameplay that I watched. And it also didn't help, you know, that they the way that they revealed hell jumpers, I think, was not like the greatest way to do it, because it didn't really explain what the mode was or portray the mode in like an authentic way, because they had like the fake HUD, the fake music. They were like playing in a very scripted way, and it was like, I get it, like it's cool what's going on, and you want to portray it kind of like how AAA developers do, but like that's not what this is, you know. It was made in the Forge mode, so it's going to be a little bit janky and unpolished. I think that it's more important to explain how to play the game than present it as if it is like an official game mode, I guess. Here, let me grab a quick energy drink. Ow. I love how Helldivers doesn't limit objective completions to the single intended interaction. At least Halo Infinite peeps won't have to worry about a 10 gigabyte mod. Instead, they got to worry about 10 gigabyte updates. Hey. Halo Infinite, I will never dog on it for its file size, because one of the craziest things about Halo 5 was that it launched at 50 gigabytes, and then by the end of its live service, it had ballooned up to 100 gigabytes. 343 Industries, one of the biggest criticisms that they got from Halo 5 was how unreasonably large the game got, you know? For the quality of the assets that were being added to the game. And with Halo Infinite, they solved it. Like, I don't know what wizardry they pulled, but Halo Infinite, it is a modestly sized game. And it does not look like a game that should be modestly sized. I know everyone's like, you know, oh my god, graphics, Eshrum's face and stuff, but like, if you just jam if you're playing on, like, Xbox, of course, jam your face into, like, any metal texture, or really, really look at the quality of the textures of just, like, anything. Even at like, low. Like, that's pretty good looking, you know? Look at all that micro detail. And this is low settings. That's pretty good looking. Come on. I wanna pop up on the radar so that he thinks I'm like, you know. Damn it. Okay, that's fair. That's fine. I wanted to get the kill. I didn't want to just backsmack him. I wanted it to be a moment of genuinely baiting him. Come on. I'm on your motion tracker. Come get me. I'm just a weak little guy. I'm throwing down that thing, see? Oh boy. That was a mistake. They're gonna know what I have now, aren't they? Come on. Oh my gosh. Come on. Here, I'm gonna throw 2 grenades to make it seem like, oh no, I'm out of grenades now. Oh, I sure hope somebody doesn't come through that door. Nah, there's too many people. Okay. Oh, let me go get that guy. Dude, it's fun playing Halo mind games like that. Like, no matter the Halo. Halo Infinite, Halo 3. It's fun hiding behind a corner with an energy sword or a shotgun. And being like, oh, I'm so helpless and defenseless. I sure hope someone doesn't run around the corner. Okay, I got one more swing. But then that's the problem. Once they respawn, they know better. Alright. We had our fun. Now it's time to play Halo like a normal person. Call of Duty Black Ops 3's size expanded up to like 200 gigabytes. Well, Black Ops 3 also is like... Treyarch, as a Call of Duty developer, historically are really bad at optimizing their games. Which seems to be a thing that's not been fixed with their switch to the Modern Warfare engine, which kind of sucks. But Black Ops 3 basically, like... They didn't pack any of their 4K textures when they added them to the game. So not only was like the game ballooning in file size to an unreasonable degree, as more stuff was added to Black Ops 3, it took longer and longer for the main menu to just like load. And it was a problem that persisted into Black Ops 4 as well as Cold War because the engine that they were working with. And Halo 5 was actually like the same way. The more that they added, the slower it took. If you remember in Halo 5, when you load up to the main menu, most of the features in it were inaccessible, and you'd get that, like, that spinning loading logo all over everything, and it took so damn long for your stuff to finally load in. If you're on Xbox Series X, like, that is no problem, but on base Xbox One, they just, like, added and added and added and didn't really, like, pack or optimize any of the stuff that they were being added. Stuff that they were adding to the game. Which is, I guess, like... If you're playing Halo Infinite on the base Xbox One, is it the same way as Halo 5? Where it just takes, like, a while for you to, like, play the game, you know, after you boot it up? Crap. This is bonkers, man. This is a really fun match. I'm having like a lot of fun. If management needs more monies, I'd force materials to be purchased multiple times for each armor region with full armor application as a bundle deal. Hey, man. If it works, it works. But, like, something also that sort of sucks is they've, like... So, like, you know, these like, business teams... The reason that, like, all of these monetization models are kind of, like, the same and they all suck in their sameness is that these monetization models, they've figured out that if you make a monetization model that's very player-friendly and it's like, this thing is only $3 and anyone can buy it, you know, and no bundles at all, a lot more people will buy them. Like, a lot. You'll get a lot of purchases. But if you made this thing super locked down and it's $30, less people will buy it, but the money you will get from the fact that it's $30 will actually end up being greater than if you went with the first option. So they always opt for the shittier, less player-friendly business model because the whales buy it, and it completely negates what, like, a normal price would have brought in. Doesn't that suck, man? I feel like surely there's got to be, like, some kind of aspect of in-game monetization where you, like, player goodwill needs to be factored into the equation. Like, is it possible that the game I mean, I don't know because I don't know if any game has ever studied this, but is it kind of like... It's kind of like the, you know, the story of, like, the tortoise and the hare? Or I guess rabbit, if you need that translated for you. Where it's like the rabbit starts off the race, like, freaking sprinting, like, so fast. And because it started out the race, like, sprinting as fast as it could, it got to the end of the it got to the finish line and was basically like, dude, that tortoise is like miles back. I'm gonna take a nap because I'm exhausted. Like getting complacent with its speed, you know, just assuming that it won. And the rabbit fell asleep, and because it fell asleep, the slow-moving tortoise slowly made its way across the race, taking its time, and won because the rabbit was asleep. It's like, I wonder if like that situation even applies in business, where it's like, don't do the thing that you think will bring in the most money the quickest. Like, deliberately kind of downplay your monetization and aim for something that is more player friendly, and will it generate player goodwill that translates into a player base that is retained longer. I don't know if any game has ever studied that. Damn it! I almost got him. Overwatch? Doesn't Overwatch charge something like $70 for certain skins? No. As an Xbox One Infinite player, I can say that it is less weighting than Halo 5. Okay, so they figured out how to streamline that. That's cool. Man, it sucks that we're never gonna see like another Halo game in the Slipspace engine. I'm gonna miss this engine like a lot. I would have loved to see what they came up with for like the next evolution of this technology, and it just sucks that like we won't. I don't know what happened. Black Ops 3 on Steam right now is 120 gigabytes. Yeah, there's no reason Black Ops 3 should be that bloated. And Black Ops 3, it doesn't even perform well as a game. Like, once you're in the actual game, it still doesn't run well. It's got, like, poor frame pacing. It's got lurches and stutters as you transition from room to room. Like, Treyarch are a pretty great Call of Duty studio. They know how to make content really quick, and they generally seem to know how to make fun stuff that people enjoy, but I don't know what is wrong with, like, their tech. They seem, like, fundamentally incapable of just maintaining technology. Like, all of their games have performance issues. And usually look worse graphically than like what the other Call of Duty studios are doing. I don't like how every game now uses the Unreal Engine. That means now all Unreal hackers can hack and kill any game. That's definitely true, but here's a bonus, Isaiah. The fact that all these games use the Unreal means that like the single player stuff is really easy to mod. Like the next Halo game, it's going to be fun to mod that. Did you all hear that the developers for the next Battlefield are now called Battlefield Studios? I did see that. That was funny. Yeah, so the way it seems is that all of like DICE, Motive, Criterion, like they're all under the Battlefield Studios. So you got Halo Studios, Battlefield Studios. It's very funny. What are your thoughts on Halo 4's motion tracker with the unique icons for vehicles? In my opinion, it was a nice quality of life aspect, but I feel some see it as giving too much info. The fact that I forgot that it even existed probably meant that it was fine. Because I do remember it now that you bring it up. Like, I distinctly remember at least the Scorpion's outline in the motion tracker. It was fine, right? COD Studios is next. Yeah. We're going to see that next. Off we go to the races. I gotta create as much carnage, draw them away from our advancing team as possible. Okay. Come on, don't look at them, look at me. I'm over here. Come on, focus on me. There you go. See, they just used up like some of their rocket launcher ammo on me now. A lot of valuable spawn equipment was just wasted trying to take me down. Okay, let's grab the sniper and let's sit back and see if we can be annoying. Oh boy. Come on, focus on me, guys. Let's see, what's going on over there? Nobody. I'm glad that they brought back the iconic shield UI sound effect. I hated that they got rid of it in 4. You guys want to know a fun fact? This is also like another thing where this is probably all okay to say. Because it doesn't hurt anybody and it kind of like gives like some really nice insight into like how like these things operate. So like some of us content creators, we were allowed to like speak to the sound design team, like the various teams in like 2018. And they didn't necessarily show us stuff that was part of Halo Infinite, but showed us projects they were working on. And we were allowed to see the audio team and what they were doing. And I think that they showed off the idea of like enemy team has this footstep sound, friendly team has this footstep sound to make, you know, audio a little bit easier. You can tell who is on whose team just by the sound of their footsteps, as well as like the sound of weapons reloading, weapons firing and stuff. And a bit of feedback that I was able to give to the lead sound designer was like, I made a comparison to Source Engine games, and I was like, these Valve games, like no matter how old they are, the new ones all still use sounds that date back to like the 90s. I think of like the Source Engine, like boop, you know, when you interact with something, you know the sound I'm talking about, right? Like that's still in Source Engine games and they still use it. Just because like that's, you know, that's what Valve games sound like. And for Halo, you know, stuff like the beep beep boop and the shield recharging, those are Halo sound effects that no matter how old the series gets, you keep those in there. They're part of the identity. Yeah, he was taking notes while I was saying that. Now, I'd like to imagine that they were already going to bring back the shield recharge sound, but I like to hope maybe that made some sense. Because next thing I know with, like, the Forerunner program, you know? Early builds of Halo Infinite, the earliest builds, had the classic shield recharge sound back. Dude, the Ravager is so good. Like, I don't ever want anybody to say that the Ravager is, like, a bad weapon. Oh, man. Dude, the new Infinite update's a lot of fun. Like, the strafe changes feel really great. The host makes decent videos, but does he really play Halo? The death effect is clearly the ODST theme, but he just doesn't do anything live. Is the host really like, huh? Like an Elon Musk player? What? What's he talking about? That almost reads like a bot. Since it gains the ability to 2-burst and 1-burst melee, it's been amazing. I feel like it was even amazing before it got its damage buff. It's just now it's better in most situations, where before it was great. Like, what I really freaking love about it, and it's, I really, really like the pulse grenade from Halo. I can't remember if it was the pulse grenade or the... What did they call it? Those grenades from Halo 4 and 5, you know, the Promethean grenades. I really liked those, because they weren't necessarily about getting kills. They were more about creating... de-incentivizing rushing into certain rooms. They were like area denial weapons. Crap. What is going on? Oh, there he... Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I had no clue what he was doing. He outplayed me. Besides reusing old sounds, I enjoy when games use very classic-inspired sounds. Stuff like SPV3's Shield Recharge sound. New, but recognizably OG. It's been a while since I gave it a good listen. Okay, it's Pulse Grenade in 4, Splinter in 5. Elon Musk is known for having people play and level up his account for certain games, so I don't know how he can say he's an avid player. Gotcha. However, I don't know what the rest of the message meant. Yeah, trust me. I do not pay people to play my Halo account for me, especially not on a live stream. I would hire better players if that was the case. I do like the title that I was given, though. The Host. The Host thinks we are fools, but he is the fool. He is an Elon Musk type. That's me, I'm the Host. Oh, and if you ever wonder why I randomly look at the ground like this, I'm not sure if it's a strategy that still works because of, like, new animations and stuff, but at least in the older Halo games, if you're, like, retreating, crouch, because then your Spartan will, like, tuck his head down, you know? So oof. It denies your enemies a clean headshot. So yeah, if you're ever wondering why I randomly just like look at my feet while I'm retreating, that's why. I was told I should follow Marty. Oh god, no. No, no, no. No, his Twitter account is a toxic cesspool, unfortunately. I wish that guy just talked about the music he made. Halo Studios should have done the CE fuel rod gun so they wouldn't have to do reload animations. That way they could have done the authentic fuel rod without needing more work on it. Well, the problem also is you would need to do new sprint animations, new melee animations, as well as grenades and stuff like that, because Halo Infinite, like, look at, like, these weapons. Halo Infinite uses a new animation style. And they're all synced and balanced around the speed that your Spartan travels at, where in Halo 5, those sprint animations were designed for, like, a faster-moving target. Like, if you've ever seen, like, the gameplay footage of the Halo 5 fuel rod gun in Halo Infinite, none of the animations look right. Like, he is, like, hoofing it animation-wise, but you're not actually moving that quick. So it looks like very goofy and kind of out of sync with the gameplay. So in order to not make it look super janky and like something that, you know, people would meme online, like it's got to feel good to use, you know? They'd have to reanimate the whole thing. Which somebody brought up that they could have totally used, like, skewer animations. And that is totally fair. I just wonder how one-to-one the skewer is, I guess, like, to hold. Because, look at, like, this assault rifle that I got. It looks like the classic one, right? It's not quite, though. Like, look at the bottom of it. Look how, like, thin it is near the bottom. The reason it's that thin is because the animations need to line up with the proportions of that reach assault rifle that they use. And even then, you can still see my thumb clipping into it. So, like, they've got to... They need to kind of, like, build their models around the animation so that it doesn't look too janky. And I'm not sure if the skewer, like, if you were to just give the Halo 5 fuel rod gun skewer animations, if you'd have, like, thumbs and arms and whatever clipping through each other, and it would look really bad. But wouldn't the sprint, melee, and other animations be the same between the rocket launcher and fuel rod? No, no, no. Because think about the fuel rod gun, and then think about the Spanker rocket launcher. Does the fuel rod gun have, like, a little grip that extends to the left and slightly downward? It doesn't, does it? So the animations, like, look at this. That is not how you hold a fuel rod gun, you know? And now, like, I'm wondering if the skewer, if its proportions are close enough that you could just give the Halo 5 fuel rod gun skewer animations. Possibly not, because I'm thinking when you melee with the skewer, you do, like, a swipe. You know, you, like, swipe it to the right, because it's got that big blade. And if you were to do that on the fuel rod gun, it would not make any sense. Right? Oops. Eee. Come here, you. I heard you. No, he got me. Do you think they could bring back the Mauler using the Mangler animations and model? Potentially. Salvatore is the GOAT. I think the main difference between Marty and Salvatore, because they apparently have very, very, very similar beliefs. It's just that Salvatore keeps them to himself, where, you know, the other guy doesn't, to his detriment. I think a gravity hammer on a shotgun is a bit silly. It is a bit silly, but it's also cool. Actual idea, weapon skins that alter projectiles and more. That is a terrible idea. Being able to pay to have your weapon perform differently. That would be atrocious. That would be so bad. I'd hate that. I would hate that. Damn it. Okay. Well, I'm not going over there. The new Brute shotgun comes out in 3 months. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It's oh my God, he's got a rocket. Okay, we're gone. Yeah, it does come out this summer, doesn't it? The Mutilator, it's called. I still find the Bulldog stupid as a concept. It's a pump-action, drum-fed shotgun. Who the F thought of that concept? The concept was supposed to be that it was gonna, like... So think about submachine gun, plasma rifle, like those kind of weapons. Like, they're like... So you know how, like, there's the weapon outlines in Halo Infinite, and, like, the yellow ones are the power weapons? And then the blue ones are just kind of like, like, you can use them, like, they're fine. They're not going to, like, dramatically change the flow of combat. The logic behind the Bulldog was to create a weapon that would not like, a shotgun that is casual and not game-changing. Like, it's a shotgun that you wouldn't run for the second that you spawn into a match, you know? Yeah, basically. After the Falcon in the winter, which is the rumor, I wonder if they will get more sandbox content like this new fuel rod spanker. I really hope, like, I think it is imperative that people in the community begin brainstorming ways to bring back legacy weapons. To, like, basically ignore, don't partake in, like, the fights that people cause. Because, like it or not, this is how we're going to get new weapons added to the game. So if you like Halo Infinite, make discussions about how you could kit bash a weapon together to spiritually return something else, you know? I would love if they brought back the plasma rifle by just taking the pulse carbine, making it red or something, and removing the tracking ability, and it just feels like a plasma rifle. If that's what they gotta do to bring it back at least mechanically, then I am all for it. I think it just means cosmetics changing projectiles visually, not mechanically. Even so, I think it would just create other chaos. Yeah, at that point, it would be really hard to figure out, like, who is shooting what. Because, like, each of the different damage types in this game's multiplayer, they give off very distinct visual firing signatures. So you don't even need to run into a room yet, and you see the yellow, like, sing, patwang, you know, bullets. And you know that somebody's firing off, like, a kinetic weapon. And if you were to introduce something like Modern Warfare Tracers, it would just be a mess. Yeah, so it's things on, like, you know, on Twitter, on Halo subreddit. I want to see the community generating more discussions about how Halo Studios could spiritually bring back weapons. And I am thinking of making a video called I Was Wrong About Halo 5's Rec System, precisely so I can generate these kinds of discussions. Because my biggest issue with Halo 5's rec system was always that I thought it was really lazy, that they just took a weapon, recolored it, and tweaked some stats. But now I actually see that as, like, maybe I didn't like the recs that were in Halo 5, but the Fuel Rod Spanker you know, the Avenger SMG. Like, this is a clever, low-budget way to get new guns into the game quickly. And so I hope that we get more weapons kind of like these. And I want to get the community talking about it as well, because, you know, all the anger and the memes about the fuel rod spanker, it's like, all that's going to ensure, I think, is that nothing new is added to the game. Because they're just going to be like, well, nobody's happy with anything. Hydra that shoots remote detonation bombs. Sure. Sure. Yeah, a Hydra that only has one shot, and you shoot it out, and then if you press the trigger again, it detonates. Bring back the sticky detonator that way. Let's do it. The Avenger was done much better than the fuel rod spanker, though. I don't... Why do you... You know what? Before I comment, I want to know why you think so. And I'm not being condescending, by the way. I do genuinely want to hear what you have to say. I love all the wacky and unique variants in Halo 5. I think the problem with Halo 5 is none of them were wacky or unique. It was light rifle, but it shoots faster. It's like, oh my god, don't get too creative, guys. Assault rifle, but with more ammo in the magazine. Whoa, slow down, he's cooking. It was like the lowest effort stuff. Shotgun with a little bit more range. See, I think stuff like the fuel rod spanker, that is what I would call wacky. Yeah, you stay away. This is mine. Oh, no. Well, now it's his. I liked the Halo 4 bolt shot. I liked it, too. The bolt shot from Halo 4 was pretty cool. Let me see. Also, drum magazines are just a different shape of magazine. I don't see how it would be any more or less stupid with a straight or AK-47 banana magazine. I think it's just that, like, there is a satisfaction from having a shotgun that is loaded via shells more than a magazine, which I definitely get. In video games, I prefer shotguns when they are shell loaded, just because that feel, that game feel. But then, you know, we've also talked about infection and our different thoughts on it. Boss, what's your favorite non-common Halo weapon? And I'll try to draw it for an infinite weapon. My favorite non-common. The Void's Tear from Halo 5. Well, I guess that would just be cheating, because then you could... You know, now the Void's Tear, that is a wacky weapon. The Void's Tear honestly should have been in Halo Infinite. Although, now that I say that, does Halo Infinite even have, like, a black hole visual effect? Yeah, I'll say Void's Tear. Void's Tear. Blood of Suban. Trying to think of others. What's that frickin' fuel rod variant that puts down the, like, fire traps? Late night gaming, do you think that kid you played with years ago still plays Halo? No. Maybe some Forerunner portal thing can be... Yeah, probably. There's probably a particle effect in there somewhere. I guess maybe the Void's Tear, there would be more of a hesitation of adding it due to technical issues, which really sucks to say, but now I'm like, dude, could the Halo Infinite physics engine even, like, handle the Void's Tear? Like, it can barely handle a rocket launch, or not a rocket launcher, a gravity hammer, you know? I like the plasma caster. Oh, you know what, Isaiah, the plasma caster. How would you bring back the plasma caster? Oh no! Holy fuck! Okay, damn it. Okay. I don't like the heat waves nerf. I don't either. You keep seeing shell loading, and what you mean is tube magazine fed. People are going to be confused because double barrels are technically shell loaded. I'll be honest, dude, I did not know that double barrels are shell loaded, which means most people don't. In fact, I think a tube fed is probably more confusing to most people, even if it's technically correct. Like, the only people that would be confused by that are gun nuts, and even then they wouldn't actually be confused because they know exactly what I'm talking about because they'd be correcting me. So either way, they know what I mean. To be fair, all shotguns are shell-loaded. I think the term you're looking for is integrated magazine shotgun as opposed to detachable magazine. Yeah, exactly, where it's just like, everyone knew what I meant. It's like the people that get really upset if you say clip, put a clip into the gun. Look, actually the correct term is magazine, clip is not a thing. And it's like, well, everybody knew what I meant, including you, because you just corrected me. So we just wasted about 15 seconds. That was crazy. Did you see that? His outline was visible through the smoke. Loaded pasta shell shotgun. You saw that video too? The Avenger has a lore reason to be like the AR, but who made the fuel rod spanker? I think there was actually an explanation. It's the Banished made the spanker. They took a spanker and modified it to fire fuel rod rounds. See, now my issue with that lore explanation is, well, why does it look like a Covenant fuel rod gun then? If the Banished made it, surely it would look more Banished-like, right? I felt bad for that. Like, once I threw down that shield, that guy had no chance. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. See, I'm being mean playing mind games with them. Come on. You saw me look like I was retreating. Nice. See, that's how you play the infinite mind games. Or just like the Halo mind games. Make it look like you're retreating. Switch to your weakest weapon as fast as possible. All they saw was a Spartan retreating. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, stay alive long enough. Damn it. Okay, we're cooked. We're cooked. This is the end. This is the end. All I gotta do is get it armed. Damn it. Okay. The Banished have brute shots and Ravagers. Yeah, the Banished do, but it's also not like a thing that the Banished wouldn't do. I mean, Atriox, the piece of armor that protects his torso, is an ODST chest plate, you know? Like, it's not outside of the realm that the... It's not outside of, like, logic that the Banished would do something like that to a rocket launcher. The issue I have with it is that it looks like Covenant, you know? It doesn't look Banished. It needs more like teeth, more blades. The Banished are a conglomerate of different groups making their own contributions, with some stuff even being outsourced to unaffiliated manufacturers. It's true, but I think just for, like, solid art design... You know, just for good art direction, you want the stuff within the faction to look somewhat unified. Like Halo Infinite. Yeah, Halo Infinite Plasma Turret concept art. Where is it? Here it is. It was for Halo Wars 2. My bad. Look at that. Like, that looks awesome. And I think that makes more sense for the Banished than just straight up using the Halo 5 plasma turret. Here's like a Banished take on the plasma caster. Because this is what the Banished use in Halo Infinite. And I'm like, that, if you really want to sell the Banished, you know, have it fit this aesthetic. You know, the Banished have a very specific look. Even though, yes, they do kit bash stuff quite a lot, it's usually, like, in this manner. Where the stuff that they're kit bashing is the material from other stuff, and then they give it the Banished war paint. So, like, I feel like they wouldn't just straight up be like... Think of, like, when Atriox opened up that vault full of Covenant ghosts, and the very next thing you see are the Covenant ghosts repurposed into Banished ghosts. It would be nice if you answered my drawing question. Isaiah, give us how you would kit bash together a plasma caster in Halo Infinite. I think that's what you're asking, right? Are they going to add the Banished double barrel that's in the files? They are. It's called the Mutilator, and it will be coming this summer. See, like, the Stalker rifle, what I actually think is really cool about it is it sort of looks, at least from, like, the grip, it looks like either a pulse carbine or perhaps a covenant carbine was just completely taken apart and like put back together by the Banished. Like they took something covenant and completely repurposed it into their own. What the hell do the Banished want? Like, what's their end goal? I am not sure, man. And that is definitely a problem. Because I think there does definitely need to be, like, greater stakes. I can definitely vibe with, like, the Banished want to destroy the human race. Because humans destroyed the brute homeworld. So now it's just like, okay, like, we declare war on your entire species. But then in the lore, you know, they've got like banished Spartans working for them and stuff, so it's like, okay, well that doesn't make much sense now. I would definitely like to know what the Banished are up to. Like, what is victory to them? But that, I feel like, is a conversation we've had so many times. Oh, man. Holy crap, I got a splatter. Ha! No! Damn it. Okay, that's fun. I had my fun. Isaiah asked, does it have to look more like the Plasma Caster, or does it have to have a similar animations that would help with drawing ideas? Isaiah, imagine it as a weapon, like as a cosmetic skin for Halo Infinite weapons. So I'm going to give you creative freedom, but make sure that the proportions are 1-to-1 with whatever it is a skin of. So if it's going to be a pulse carbine, make sure that you can see that it is a skin for the pulse carbine that is being repurposed as a oh boy. Oh my god. As a plasma caster, sorry. I'm going this way. I guess I'm not. Crap. I should have gotten the assault rifle. Halo Infinite would have been better if they didn't randomly drop the created plot line. That campaign is full of wasted potential. See, I think Halo Infinite is better because it dropped the created plot line. There was no potential there. Cortana being the villain of the Halo series, I'm sorry, I don't want any part of that. That's very dumb. I am supremely not interested in that as the story for Halo. The entrenched AR skin is a thing of beauty. Yeah, it looks pretty cool, doesn't it? Oh, man. Look, 2 shots. I picked it up and was holding the trigger so that I could overcharge it, and it just fires 2 shots. I don't know why it does that. Oh, man. Oh, thank God. See, I'm throwing that up so that I can kind of disrupt the particle effects of the grav hammer on my back. Because the gravity hammer gives off like a trail. And if I can confuse people, then they're more likely to rush in because they think all I got is a little battle rifle. Oh, man. They know now. I gave away my hand. That guy saw the gravity hammer, bolted. Maybe this guy can still fool. I'm looking on my motion tracker. There we go. We got that guy. Look, they're trying to flank now because they know it's not safe to just, like, run in head on. So hang on. I am now going to retreat myself. It is time to reposition. Come here. Damn it. That was not smart. Look, he's running away. I'm looking at him on the motion tracker. He knows not to come in here now. Okay. Come on, guys. Let's move this thing up. Dude, assault is so much fun. Come on, guys. Come on, help me out with the bomb. Damn it. Okay. That's all right. Halo Infinite feels so lonely until I see someone live streaming. Then I completely stop playing to watch. Somehow makes Halo feel less lonely. I wish that there were more Halo content creators, to be honest. Not to be like that guy from the stream where he's like, there's no Halo content creators. What I mean are like multiplayer commentators. People that just upload and commentate over gameplay. There's a severe lack in that kind of content for Halo Infinite. Oh, man. Forgot to mention before about Quick Champions Doom Edition. In my opinion, Chief would work as a heavy Unreal Tournament champ if given an Energy Sword passive to offset his low mobility, however. Would the Energy Sword work in like a game as fast-paced as something like Quake? Like a melee weapon? Or would it need to be something with a lot more range to it, I guess? With a bigger area of effect? Oh, boy. Good job. Good. Okay. Let's get that bomb over there. It's just me, guys. I'm spamming the look to get everybody over here. Come on, guys. Everyone's just hanging out over at the base. Hey, just joined. How's the update? Really good so far. It really may not seem like it up at, at first, but the modification that they made to strafe speed has really, really changed the way Halo feels. It feels a lot more like classic Halo now. Like just that, side-to-side movement. It's a lot easier to get headshots now and, like, aim at targets. It's really fun. And Assault is great. Maybe have a mission where you have to delete Cortana but the Banished show up. That's not really the kind of story, though, that Halo Infinite wanted to tell. Because Halo Infinite, and, you know, and this is definitely, like, you know, I don't think that they succeeded. It was supposed to be kind of like a soft reboot. The idea being that current Halo fans can play it, classic or non-fans can play it, and everyone's kind of on the same page. So they wanted the idea of a mystery, where it's like the game starts after a cataclysmic event, and the story is you picking up the pieces and figuring out how to move on. Which also, you know, this is more of like a meta thing. There was also meta commentary in there about the way that Halo fans felt about 343's handling of Halo, which is very funny in hindsight, you know, but the image of a damaged Halo ring, Cortana being dead, and the community's feelings about her being the villain in Halo 5, like, you know, you can tell what they were trying to say there. Like, the fractured Halo ring, Cortana just dead and torn apart, what happened, what went wrong, how can we, you know, Master Chief is like a weak mess, how can we get back to the roots of Halo? And by the end of the campaign, they do. But the community wasn't really interested in that kind of story, and I don't necessarily blame them. But personally, I don't think that continuing the Halo 5 story would have been the best choice. Because that Halo 5 story, Cortana being a villain, is just not good. Maybe you should have read my other comments for context, but the schlop about being a soft reboot, it couldn't even accomplish, and they couldn't resist introducing a new out-of-context threat, LMAO. Well, if it's the first entry, you know, in a new series, you know? Halo 1 was the first entry in a story, and it introduced the Flood. Halo 4 was the first entry in the Reclaimer saga, and it introduced the Prometheans. Halo Infinite is the first entry in a new story, and it introduces the Endless. You should look at the Forerunner Spanker model, in my opinion. That looks more like a new gun than the Fuel Rod Spanker does. So I just think it could have been done the same way, but better. Yeah, let's take a look at it, actually, because I have seen that thing online, and I do agree that it's like, that thing is so unique looking that that thing should have been a new gun. No, it's not that. It's not that. This. Come on, guys. This could have totally been a new Forerunner weapon. Energy shield passive, LOL. An issue is that with Unreal Tournament movement, class comes with two native techniques, dodge and elevator jumping. Could these suit Chief? Yeah. Yeah, I think they could. What's the better story, Infinites or Halo 4? Oh, Halo 4. Or no, sorry. That was a Freudian slip. Halo Infinites, without missing a beat. I much prefer Halo Infinite's story. Because the Didact just isn't it for me, man. The Didact was probably the weakest villain in the entire Halo series. In just, like, nothing. They're just like, there was nothing there. He wasn't that charismatic. He wasn't that interesting. He just kind of like was the obligatory bad guy. Where with Escharum, there is like a loud, boisterous, like Escharum can smile and laugh. You know, with Cortana, there's at least that insanely negative reaction of like, what the fuck are they doing? This is such a bad idea. With the Didact, though, nothing. There's nothing there. There's no aura. The Didact is very, very weak. I also just, I do not think that Cortana was handled very well in Halo 4 either. Oof. Damn it. Well, we almost got the bomb there. The Didact could and probably should have just been a Forerunner AI that is upset that he was abandoned for so long. It's not even like the concept of the Didact isn't bad. It's just the execution was very bad. The thing about Halo games, I guess, that are so fun is that they have a very fine balance between camp and drama. Like, think of the prophets, like the Covenant prophets. Think of, like, I will light this holy ring and burn a path into the divine beyond, or like you're on his chair and he's like, oh, like he's like shrieking like a little girl while you're punching him. Like that's the villain. That's the villain, Or like, why was it not destroyed with the rest of that? Like, that's your villain. Like, Halo is like a fun series, its villains are fun. So the Didact is just like, he's like a stick figure with a frowny face drawn on him. Like, there's nothing there. And I think the idea of a Forerunner warrior that survived the firing of the Halo rings and is like crazy and wants to wage war on modern day humans, like that is fun. There's a lot of room for something fun and dramatic there. But they didn't do anything with him. They opted for like, even Darth Vader is more fun, because Darth Vader makes jokes every now and then, Don't choke on your aspirations, director. The Didact, it's just like, dude. The Didact has some Voldemort Darth Vader lame-o. No, not even that, because Darth Vader and Voldemort are, like, fun. Like, they're fun characters, They're hammy, they're fun. Darth Vader has, like, the breathing apparatus, the design, the voice, like... Voldemort is just, like, a goofy guy, who also is, like, menacing. The Didact's just a frowny face. He's just a frowny face. And I'm not exactly sure how I would have done the Didact, because I don't know. I'm not convinced I could have done the Didact well. Hidden Xperia cringing in his chair right now. Well, I think Hidden Xperia and Luke and I are on the same page in that regard, where we both kind of feel that Halo 4, the game, did not do the Didact justice. He was very boring in the game. The book version of the Didact is actually fun, because there is, like, a sense of humor. The book Didact is a lot like Shadow. Not like, Maria. Like, more in that there is a sense of humor. He can laugh or smile or make a joke. He does take things seriously, but there is also, like, a personality and pain, which drives why he's so serious. But with Halo 4, you just get none of that. All you get is just, I have been awakened. I am going to enact my plan. Ah, you have come to stop my plan. Come, hero, try to stop my plan. Oh no, you've stopped my plan. Like, that's him. That's the Didact in Halo 4. There's just nothing there. No aura at all. Like, I feel like instead of, you know, that awful librarian cutscene where she's like, "Come here, Reclaimer. Let me tell you the origin story of the Didact." I feel like instead of them focusing on, like, the war with the ancient humans and the flood and the mantle of the precursors of blah, 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 like, instead of all of that fucking garbage, they should have had you uncovering murals on Requiem that show the Didact as having, like, a family and being, like, a father in ancient Forerunner times, you know? Like, what is this? His children. That Forerunner was a father? You know, and then just leave it. Don't comment. Let the questions linger. And, like, humanize him over the course of the campaign. That way there is that kind of, like, tragic aspect. Have the Didact have angry outbursts. Just a bit of emotion, you know? Something there, you know? Murals like in Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah! Because if you play Tears of the Kingdom, Ganondorf is just a frowny face. But there's all sorts of things that you can find that show that, like, Ganondorf is not just a frowny face. Before he became a frowny face, there was a personality there, you know? In fact, actually looking at Ganondorf, there's such a great way of how you do and don't do an ancient villain that knows more than the hero being awakened accidentally by the hero. Like, there is a lot there. Like, it helps that, like, Ganondorf was very scary, but the idea is, like, there's a little bit of fun there, you know? Like, Ganondorf looks like a freaking zombie, and he's, like, you know, his bones are, like, cracking as he, like, starts moving again. Like, there's, like, some fun hamminess there, but it's also very threatening. In the books, they talk about when the Didact is put into his cryptum, the Forerunners, what they have to do to prepare their body for the procedure is they're kind of, like, drained of all their nutrients and basically turned into, like, zombies. And it can sometimes take weeks for a Forerunner to properly wake up and be kind of, like, you know, rehydrated, for lack of a better term. And so the Didact was basically like a big baby for a while in the first Forerunner book because he was woken up from a cryptum and he had to, like, rehydrate. And in Halo 4, he just wakes up and he's fine and he's a frowny face. And he puts on his frowny armor and makes some frowny, vague threats, and then force chokes you, and then runs away so that he can frown some more. Just, you know, it's like, think of it like a clubhouse, you know, like that, like little kids would have, where you hang the sign on the door. The Didact's clubhouse would say "No fun allowed." The Halo 4 version of the Didact. The Force powers were the worst part. Yeah, the Force powers were pretty dumb, I'll be honest. Like, it's just, it's not scary, I guess. Like, it's not scary anymore or interesting. To the point that you called it Force powers. Like, sorry, Darth Vader already did it, you know? With Tartarus, his ability to move objects, it's tied directly to his hammer, which makes sense there. But with the Didact, it's just Force powers, man. There should have been something else. There's this comic that Marvel did, which is freaking awesome. But, you know, Marvel being Marvel, they reused artwork. And a Forerunner device is trying to, like, harvest some Spartans. And basically Dr. Octopus tentacles come out of the Forerunner Sentinel thing. And so it's like, they're basically fighting off Doc Ock arms that are, like, grabbing them. And it's like, imagine if the Didact wakes up and he sees Chief and just, like all of these, like, freaking Forerunner machines come out of the walls and stuff and, like, grab Chief and hold him in place. And Chief has to, like, break off one of the robotic arms to escape. Like, instead of just, like, we're gonna be lazy and give the villain Force powers, I guess. I think if he wasn't just, you don't have the mantle yet, too bad, okay, another thing, the mantle, no, we're not going to use that term. We're not going to use that term at all. The mantle, we're not going to say that, okay? The Didact is just going to wake up and be like, how many years has it been? Human. Your armor is primitive. Your techniques are weak. I slew thousands of your ancestors who put up more of a fight than you. If you are this weak, or if you are humanity's strongest, then I pity to see the rest of your species. Don't worry. Their time of reckoning will be soon enough. I will meet them there. Missed 2. Gotcha. Okay, let me go back up. To clarify how those work, dodge and double tap. You double tap a movement input to quickly dash in that direction. Okay, like a thruster pack, elevator jump, jump higher from ascending lifts. Well, that just makes sense because of like grav lifts and stuff in Halo, you know? I'd make the Didact feel like a force of nature that enjoys toying with his opponents. Have him teleport in front of his enemies to gloat and proclamate. Yeah, like just have some fun, you know? How would he know that Chief is humanity's strongest? I don't know, man. I'm just throwing ideas out there, you know? Didact should have spent most of the game as like a mummy, with the climax of the game being him brought back to full health. That's a great idea. The Didact wakes up and he's like shriveled up and he has to be like encased in some kind of like exoskeleton sentinel like body thing. In fact, another thing that I would do is never show the Didact's face. Because you can have a living Forerunner and still keep them mysterious by never showing what they look like. You can have the silhouette of a withered body on the floor. Like, you don't quite know what it is. It's shrouded in darkness, and then, like, Forerunner things come in and encase it, you know, and then you've got a voice being projected from it. It will be their reckoning! In Silver's voice. Make him this implacable figure that you can never seem to hide from. Have him teleport to the Infinity's Bridge to aura farm on everyone there. I don't know if, like, teleporting would be, like, too powerful. No. I immediately take that back, because if Forerunners know anything, they know how to teleport. Like, that became, like, a whole plot point in Combat Evolved, using the Ring's teleportation grid to get around the place. I mean, okay, maybe it's just that you teleport on the ring because it has, you know, like a network set up for teleportation when you're on the ring surface. So maybe not teleporting, but probably projecting, hacking, taking over things. Because that would even make sense narratively, because don't they establish, like, hell, the whole reason that Jul Mdama is able to keep the Infinity and Spartanops pinned to Requiem surface, or not Requiem. Yeah, Requiem surface is because the Infinity's engines are made out of, and the Infinity systems are reverse engineered Forerunner tech. In fact, actually, if we want to talk about villains that feel a little bit more fun, I kind of like Jul Mdama in Halo 4. I thought he was a more compelling villain than the Didact. And not even because anything he said in Halo 4 was, like, really... It's just that, like, Jul Mdama had an aura that the Didact didn't have. Just that scene of, like, Glassman, wooba booba booba, and he's like, I don't speak elite, meh. And then he's like, progress. Like, that scene alone, I was like, I'm sold. I like this guy. Like, that's fun. That's fun. That's Halo having fun. Like, that's the kind of fun you gotta have with your Halo characters, including the villains. I don't give a damn about the people that are like, oh, but Glassman was annoying. Glassman was fine. He was a fun Halo character, and it sucks that now nobody can be fun anymore like him. Except for the pilot. The pilot was fun. I miss Glassman, though. That was a good idea for a character, like the nerdy scientist. His name's literally Glassman, like as in glasses, as in he's a dork. Come on, guys, get the bomb over here. All right. Come on, arm it. Okay. Yay! I love being on the bomb spot when it explodes. Jul Mdama was done so bad. He was. Jul Mdama should have been a main antagonist in Halo 5. Jul Mdama should not have died at the start of Halo 5. He should have died during the Battle of Sunayon. Come on. Instead of just force powers, have him weaponize the Promethean floaty bits to interact with stuff and combat foes, like Doc Ock tentacles. Yeah! Yeah, have like like platforms moving and shifting, and like Chief has no stable ground. And rather than like mind stuff, have it be connected in some way that feels like grounded. Like have the Didact visually have something that he's interacting with. That way there is some kind of like weakness. Halo 5 killing Jul was the worst decision 343 had made. Dude, I remember being so like shocked when Jul Mdama died. Jul Mdama dying in the first mission of Halo 5, I didn't like, that was the start of like something's wrong. Cuz it like I felt hollow. You know, I didn't feel hyped. I just felt like, why did they do that? Like I felt hollow. Something was wrong. All right, fellas, it is starting to get late where I am, so I am going to hop off, okay? And I'm going to go spend some time with my wife. So thank you, everybody, for joining. This was a lot of fun. I'm probably going to play more Halo Infinite, to be honest. The strafe nerfs feel great. Like, Halo Infinite feels extremely good to play right now. Really, really good. So, guys, I'm going to see you later, okay? This is a lot of fun. Take care, everybody.